anthems. That's the Kenyan national anthem and the East African community anthem. So kindly, let's be upstanding for that. And then I'm going to invite the moderator. Thank you. The IT team. Thank you. Gladys is our moderator. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Have we had our breakfast? Are we smiling? I see the lady at the back really eager for the day. Karibu sana. Let us wave at each other. We're Africans. We love to do this. For those that are not Africans, we welcome you to the continent where we love. If I could shake each of your hands, then I would really feel at home. So take that as the handshake for the morning. My name is Gladys Gashanja. I will be your moderator for the day. And as you know, this is the Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP Annual Policy Conference 2025. And this policy conference is set aside to address financing and inclusivity in green energy transition in the global south. Now, definitely a very timely conversation at a time when the world is grappling with the effects of climate change being felt across various sectors, including human health, agriculture, and the environment. And speaking of which, I'd like to know who is in the room. So I'm a Kenyan. Who are the Kenyans in the room? All right, can we clap for each other, please? We showed up. Okay, which other African country is represented here? Shout the name. All right, Nigeria. Let me see the Nigerian brothers and sisters. We recognize you. Please appreciate them. All right, I heard Senegal. All right, appreciate the brother and sister. Burkina Faso. Well, a lot of us would like to be part of your country at this point. Welcome to this conference. Who am I saying at the back? Malawi. Let's appreciate the sisters. Have we exhausted the African countries? Cameroon. Let's appreciate them. Uganda. Sebo, karibu sana, kaziribu sana. Please feel at home. Ethiopia. Let's appreciate our Ethiopians in the house. Who else? Of course, the court can tell where you're from. Karibu sana. Have I left out anybody else? Burundi. Karibu sana. Welcome to Kenya. Anyone else we've left out? From Zambia. Oh, wow. Welcome. Good to have you. I see a Caucasian saying they're African. All right. Let's see where we adopted you to. Oh, excellent. Yes, you are part and parcel of the continent. Let's appreciate her. And this is the beauty of the African continent. We look different and we appreciate each other and we love each other and the culture just is rich as it is. So, who is from beyond the continent? Let's shout our countries.
Ireland. Canada.
Cambodia. Welcome to the continent, yes? Vietnam. Oh, wow. Nice to meet you. I've never met any Vietnamese. Welcome. Welcome. This is a first for me. Anybody else? Pakistan. Very, very, very welcome to this country. Very welcome. Anybody else? Yes? Japan. Welcome. Please let's appreciate him. Who have I left out? Yes, let's start here. Nicaragua. Another first for me. Welcome. At the back? Spain. Welcome. Welcome to Kenya. Welcome to Kenya. Have we left out anybody? Yes. Oh, United States of America. Welcome. Are we the two of us from the same state? Okay, welcome, welcome. Anybody else? Ireland. Oh, look at that. Please, let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her. Anyone else? Canada. All right. Yes, that's where we're going to have our next COP30. It's going to be in Brazil. Oh, G7 is coming up in Canada, right? Yes, I've got my facts right. Okay, anybody else? Belgium. Oh, wow. Welcome. Never met a Belgianese? Is that what we call you? Welcome, welcome. Anybody else we have not recognized in the room?
Yes.
Yes. Are we shy?
Argentina.
Argentina. All right. Welcome. Welcome. Let's appreciate her. I hope we've seen and recognized everybody. Anyone else out? Have we? Benin, where are you when we're speaking to the Africans? Karibu sana to Kenya. As I said, I am your moderator for the day. It's awesome to have you. And I think I'd like you to just keep this in mind. We are living at a time where things are very turbulent, whether environment-wise or geopolitical. But I'd like us to realize that we are here because we're part of the solutions, right? Are we not? Part of a solution. So I'd like you to high five the person next to you and tell them, I'm glad to be part of a solution. Let's just high five them. I'm glad to be part of a solution. I'm glad to be part of a solutions. Excellent. I told you I'm African. We like to, have some context. So my name is Gladys Gashanja. I'm a journalist by profession and have practiced the craft in the mainstream media space for 18 years, now serving in the capacity of media and communication specialist and offering strategic communication services in various capacities. Through engagements such as this, I'm able to help bring critical conversations to life, engaging a myriad of stakeholders in their fields of expertise to appraise consumer engagement, social impact, and help interrogate stakeholder engagement. It is really an honor to be your conference moderator of the day. Last year we were also here, but different place where we were talking about the AI and the impact of the same in the global south. So it is interesting to see us come back this year talking about something else that's also trending and very critical in our day today. So as mentioned, the COP29 summit in November of 24 did result in an agreement for wealthier nations and international banks to contribute to climate finance for developing countries. The goal, as you remember, for developed countries to lead the mobilization of over $300 billion annually by 2035. That's just 10 years away in addressing climate change and its impact. Though a step in the right direction, I think all the stakeholders agree this amount is a far cry from what is needed to realize a meaningful impact in the global south. However, of great concern is the recent shifts in global politics that are creating significant challenges for global climate finance by impacting financial flows and increasing the gap between the needs and resources available for climate action. Good news is this policy conference objective is to focus on maximizing the impact of these limited financial resources to generate the greatest and most equitable improvements in well-being for the global south. And it is such a critical conversation to have, and that's why I said we need to keep at the back of our minds that we are part of the solution. Now, to help actualize these conversations, as you know, we have two policy panels in the course of the day. In the morning session, right after your tea break, we'll be having a policy panel speaking on the challenges in financing and implementing green energy infrastructure unique to the global south. And later on in the afternoon, the second panel will be focusing on how to realize a just green transition, integrating national realities and Inclusivity. Looking forward to those conversations, even as we engage with each of the thought leaders in the room. Now, to kick us off, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our host for the day. She is the Executive Director of the Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP, and is responsible for institutional development, fundraising, and long-term sustainability and delivery of all of PEP's commitments. Since taking on the role of Executive Director in 2016, she has been instrumental in strengthening and diversifying both PEP's engagement with donors and partner organizations worldwide, as well as PEP's service offering. Now, she is also a professor of economics at the University of Nairobi with over 30 years experience in teaching, research, management, and resource mobilization. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium Jane Kabubo Mariara. Let's appreciate her.
Good morning everyone. It's usually difficult to speak after a journalist and after a real speaker. So it gives me a lot of joy this morning to see all of you. Feel very welcome. I know most of you, we've been here the last 2 days. Some of you we met on Monday when we had a session like this, just to welcome everyone to Nairobi. But I also want to recognize those who are joining us online. I know that there are some who are following us virtually via YouTube. And also our keynote speaker who will be joining us virtually. Feel most welcome, and I hope those who have not yet joined will catch up with us. So we are really excited to have this annual policy conference. And as the moderator has said, today we are looking at financing and inclusivity in green energy transitioning. I know this is bread and butter for some of the teams who have been talking about these issues over the last 2 days. But even the rest of us, I'm sure we all have an interest. We are all stakeholders, because when the planet becomes a better place for us, we all benefit. So we should really look forward to all being very engaged today as the deliberations go on. Let's not feel like, oh, this is not my area. We all stand to benefit because we talk about just transitions, which should ensure that no one is left behind. And as the moderator has hinted, as the world moves towards green energy solutions, it's therefore essential that voices, realities, and priorities, especially of the Global South participants or populations, are reflected in global policy discussions. And those are some of the issues that we'll be hearing today. And as I've said, to ensure that no one is left behind in this transition. Our moderator has gone geography to recognize who we are, who is in the room. I'll do it a bit differently, just to recognize the teams that we have among us. Maybe just first recognizing that we have development partners present. I know we have people from IDLC. I will not look at faces, but please, if I mention, just wave wherever you are. If you are from IDLC, please wave. Thank you so much. We have what we call GIA or J, Global Education Analytics Institute. Please wave to the crowd. Thank you. Do we have any other development partner? I know we have invited many. So please, if you are among of our development partners, not just those on the screen. We don't have anyone from Hewlett. Maybe they are joining online. We don't have anyone from Global Affairs Canada. Could be joining online. We don't have anyone from FID. But we do have other partners. We have MasterCard Foundation. They are invited. I don't know whether we have anyone present. We have European Union. We have other fathers, but I don't think we have any other development partner present. We have collaborating partners and collaborating institutions. I don't know who is here from collaborating partners or institutions. Please wave if you are here. No one? I know they are there. Maria Raura, you are from one of our collaborating institutions. You see, people are shy. So then I'll just mention and move on. Well, of course, we do have a lot of researchers and policymakers. In fact, 90% of the people in the room here are in that category of researchers and policymakers who have been very engaging over the last 2 days. Of course, we do have practitioners, private sector participants in the room. We recognize you. We recognize all other invited guests. Few most welcome. We recognize, of course, the speakers. They'll be invited later, so I don't have to mention by names, but few most welcome. We have the PEP board, we have PEP resource persons, we have mentors, we have PEP management and staff. I think those are the categories of people that we have here, and please feel free to interact with one another, especially over the coffee breaks, over the lunch breaks, and over dinner tonight, okay? We'll be together throughout the day. So I would also like to take a moment to sincerely appreciate, of course, again, those who participated in the last two days of workshops. I think we had a lot of interaction. I did sit a little in each of the rooms that I could see what was going on, but from the overall reports I get, I'm really excited to hear that it's been a very fruitful time, and that the deliberations over the last 2 weeks are going to help the researchers and the policymakers shape the agendas of what they are working on to the finish line. And we look forward to the uptake of the recommendations that are coming out of this work. Then finally, maybe I'll just say that, actually, let me just keep my remarks brief. Just take this opportunity to again say you are all very welcome, whether you are online, whether you are here. And then we are just going to play a very short video because there are some people in this room who don't know maybe much about PEP, and even those online, they get to know about PEP, and then we take it from there. So IT team, please, you can do the video, the short video. Thank you.
At the Partnership for Economic Policy PEP, we believe that the most effective development solutions come from those who understand local realities best, the researchers and policy makers from the Global South. Yet too often, global policy making is shaped by actors from the Global North, overlooking the knowledge and expertise of the Southern researchers. PEP is committed to shifting this imbalance by providing scientific and logistical support to local experts, notably through connecting them to a broad group of research and policy experts from both the South and the North. As the only global economic development policy think tank based in the South, PEP also plays a key role in promoting locally led analysis at the national, regional, and global levels. PEP is a Southern-led global organization dedicated to supporting development in the Global South. It is a leader in enabling locally led, contextually relevant, and evidence-informed policy making. PEP fosters sustainable and synergistic ecosystems of researchers and policy stakeholders and their respective institutions, facilitating collaboration to provide a rigorous, contextualized, and actionable evidence base for policy decisions. PEP has a diverse pool of over 1,300 in-country researchers across 66 countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe. Half of them are women, reflecting the organizational commitment to gender inclusivity. PEP operates proficiently in English, French, Spanish, ensuring accessibility and broad participation. PEP draws on its extensive expertise to support partners in local facilitate localization that can be adapted flexibly to specific needs, including identifying expert local researchers and policy stakeholders across various thematic areas and methodologies. Training, mentoring, advising and supervising local researchers and policymakers, building their capacity to conduct rigorous policy analysis. Facilitating collaboration between local researchers and policy actors to translate research into meaningful policy insights. Providing access to critical resources, including data software, literature, and peer networks, ensuring a level play field for researchers in the Global South. Managing local research activities, including budgeting, coordination, administration, communications, and reporting through the PEP Global Secretariat. Organizing policy events to disseminate research findings and facilitate the uptake of evidence-based recommendations by decision makers. The effectiveness of PEP's approach is evidenced in the results. 53% of research projects supported by PEP since 2013 have influenced in policy debates, decisions, or practice. 74% of projects have been reported in the news influencing narratives. 52% of researchers experience career advancement due to their PEP involvement. 48% of PEP-supported projects are published in scientific journals with over 407 peer-reviewed working papers and 145 journal articles produced to date. 51% of research projects are presented in the international conferences. From 2021 to 2024, PEP partnered with the MasterCard Foundation to deliver the What Works for Youth Employment in Africa initiative. In 10 countries, local teams of researchers and stakeholders reviewed the youth employment policies and their impacts. In 6, the findings directly informed policy decisions. In Kenya, for instance, the research shaped the third-generation county integrated development plans across all 47 counties and informed youth policies led by the State Department of Youth Affairs and National Youth Council. This impact was made possible by the team's local perspectives and their deep understanding of political and contextual realities. Find out more about PEP's impact on its website, pep.net.org/impact.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's there's more on the website. Just to clarify that last section, one may ask why the MasterCard Foundation. It's just an example of the impact that our work has on policy, and there is much more. That's why in the ad we are just referring to the page on impacts, and especially for the policymakers here, those who are working with us for the first time. I invite you to visit that page so that you can see the kind of impact that previous PEP work has had on policy. So without much further ado, we'll move on to the next session. I'm going to invite the chairman of the chair lady, or the chairperson, gender sensitivity, of the PEP Board of Directors, Professor Carol Newman, to come and make her welcome remarks. Carol is the board chair for the last almost 6 years. Or she's been with the board for almost 6 years. She's been the chair. She's the chair, and she's a professor of economics at the Department of Economics at Trinity College, Dublin. She's a co-founder of the Trinity Impact Evaluation Unit, referred to as TIME. She's a non-resident research fellow of UNUIDA, a research associate of the Development Economics Research Group at the University of Copenhagen, a consultant to the World Bank, and a champion for the International Development Research theme in Trinity College. There's much more I can say about Carol, but please welcome Carol. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all here today to the conference, and welcome to our development partners, to researchers, policymakers, our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Jane, for that very, I think, inspiring video of PEP's mission. And I think the conference today is really a reflection of what PEP stands for. So it's evidence-based policy engagement driven by researchers in the Global South in partnership with policymakers and institutions working for impact. And as Gladys has said this morning, it's about providing solutions. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome you to this annual policy conference, where today we were focusing on that crucial and especially timely topic of financing and inclusivity in green energy transitioning in the Global South. So the climate crisis is clearly not a distant scenario to prepare for. It's the context in which decisions are already being made across the Global South. Communities are navigating the lived consequences of environmental disruption, while simultaneously contending with the deep structural constraints, including persistent gaps in energy access. So in this landscape, the challenge is not simply to balance development and decarbonisation, but to pursue both as interdependent goals. And that means designing transitions that are not only technically feasible and environmentally sound, but also just, inclusive, and responsive to the economic realities of the regions most affected. And as Jane has said in her opening remarks, the voices of the Global South are crucial. It's really crucial that they are reflected in global policy discussions. And this debate and discussion and providing solutions should be driven by those that are affected the most. And in today's programme, we'll explore some of this and this crucial theme, and we will look specifically at how limited financial resources can be used most effectively to drive equitable green transitions. We look at how to ensure that women, youth and marginalised groups are included in this transition, and how Southern research and perspectives can shape global thinking and policy action. So we're delighted to be joined today by a distinguished keynote speaker who I'll introduce in a moment, and an insightful panel of experts who are going to guide today's discussion. So I think that I really look forward to the rich exchanges that hopefully we will have as we collectively reflect on the role of inclusive financing in enabling an equitable green energy transition for the Global South. So I encourage you all to engage fully, to share your own experiences, your doubts, your proposals. This is a space, it's not just a space for analysis, but for collaboration, for imagination, for creative solutions. So I really look forward to the discussions today. Thank you all for being here. And I think we're going to have a very productive day. So first on our agenda today is our keynote speakers. So I want to introduce Dr. Simone Borghesi. Dr. Borghesi is a director of the Florence School of Regulation and Climate, and part-time professor at the European University Institute. He is president of the European Association of Environmental and Resource Economists and vice rector for international relations at the University of Siena in Italy, among other very prestigious associations. So he's a well-known expert in the subject. He has published 3 books and over 100 articles in edited volumes and peer-reviewed international journals, and they include ecological economics, energy policy, environment and development economics, and that's just to name a few. So his work deals mainly with globalization and sustainability of development, economic growth and environmental degradation, emissions trading and climate change. So Dr. Borghesi, you're very welcome. We are delighted to have you here. And now I'd like to invite you to deliver your keynote for 30 minutes. And this will be followed by 15 minutes of discussion with the audience. So Dr. Borghesi, over to you.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you for the nice words of presentation, and I will try to share my screen, and let's see if it works out. I think you should be able to see my screen. Can you confirm?
Yes, right, sure.
Okay, now I don't see you, but just please interrupt me if there is anything that is not working properly, okay? So, great pleasure to be with you today. Well, virtually with you, I would rather be there in person, but still very happy to participate in this workshop. And actually, let me say that it's a pleasure from different perspectives as president of the European Association of Environmental Resource Economists. I was particularly glad to collaborate with the African Association of Environmental Economists in the World Council. And so it's a great collaboration that I look forward to continuing. And as director at EY, it's a pleasure to collaborate with PEP in particular, because we are part of the same project, the SPES project, and Europe Horizon project on sustainability, performances, evidence, and scenarios that aims at elaborating a novel integrated framework on sustainability transition based on insights to pursue sustainable and inclusive well-being. It focuses on the pillars of sustainable human development and aims at the transition performances across Europe and the Global South. And the SPES project is a consortium made up of many partners. Here we have EY and PEP, but many others you see in the page that are from all over Europe and beyond. In the project, which has a nice acronym in my view, SPES stands for hope in Latin. In the project, with my team, we focus more specifically on carbon markets, and here is an example of a deliverable 7.2, which is on understanding and assessing CBAM and its impact in Europe, but also in the Global South. So I'll talk about this topic during my presentation, because I think it's a particularly important one. Here is a brief overview of what I'm going to talk about. So since carbon pricing has been the object of much of my own personal research and my team's research in the last decade, I will start from carbon pricing worldwide. We'll then look at the challenges of carbon pricing, or more specifically of emission trading system, focusing in particular on distributional and competitiveness challenges, because these are, in my view, particularly important also in a perspective for the Global South. Then we'll discuss the CBAM effects within Europe and on the Global South, and how CBAM revenues could be used to enlarge the CLEB, or if you want, the coalition. Finally, I will refer to the voluntary carbon markets, which represent the new frontier of carbon markets and carbon pricing, and try to address the question whether they can be a proper instrument to finance the Global South. And we'll conclude with some remarks on carbon markets, but also on the North-South divide on the way to COP30. So let's start from point one, carbon pricing worldwide. Just to make sure that we are all on the same page, I will describe how carbon markets work, and in particular how the European carbon market works. The reason why I focus on the European one is not only because I am a European, Italian, but because the European emission trading system was the first one, the first transnational one, and the largest for many years. So it's a cap and trade system. What does it mean? It means that the regulatory authority in Europe, the European Commission, sets a cap, so a maximum amount of pollution allowances, and then allocates the allowances among the polluting companies. Polluting companies can trade allowances, and this leads to a market price for the polluting emissions. So it realizes, in a way, the polluter pays principle. The system covers 40% of European emissions, more than 10,000 installations across 30 countries. It has been divided in phases of increasing length. So we are now in phase 4, 21-30, which covers the whole decade. And the system has become more and more stringent over time. So the cap, the maximum amount of pollution, decreases progressively, but also faster and faster. So at the beginning, the decreasing rate was minus 1.74% per year. Now it's minus 4.3% per year. And it's due to increase even faster because we want to achieve carbon neutrality, so net zero by 2050. The performance of the sectors and companies subject to the ETS was pretty good because emissions decreased by 47.6% by 23 compared to the beginning to 2005. So almost half of the emissions in the covered sectors were reduced, more than what happened in non-ETS sectors. Even for this reason, other jurisdictions have looked at the European carbon market as a benchmark. And this has led carbon markets to spread across the world. This image gives you an idea of this spreading. It compares 23 and 24. In blue, you have the jurisdictions that have a carbon market in force. In green, those that have a carbon market under development, and in yellow, those that have carbon market under consideration. And it's interesting to notice that as we move from 23 to 24, the blue area increased and enlarged, so more countries with an ETS, and some countries moved from considering to developing an ETS, like Brazil, for instance, which is a very important new country on board. Carbon markets have become a sort of companion of life, my professional life, but also personal life. It takes so much of my personal time. I started in 2016 as, actually 17, as director at EUI, and I have directed 3 life projects, LifeSite, Life Teachers, and now Life Coast, where the name COAS stands for Collaborative Observatory for the Assessment of the EU ETS, but is also the surname of Ronald Coase, Nobel Prize economist who gave fundamental contribution in this area. The observatory wants to look at the dynamics of the market on size, composition, price, investment, and so on, but it's also an occasion to get around the table the policymakers, the regulators of the carbon market. So government representatives from Europe, California, China, New Zealand, Quebec, Switzerland, where the main carbon markets are, but also observers, new observers like Brazil, Canada, or UK that take part in our conversations regularly. I mentioned price among the things that we want to observe. And here is the European price from 2010 to 2025. As you can see, the prices were pretty low for a long time, below 10 euros per ton of CO2, until the end of 2017 or beginning of 2018, when a new reform of the system was announced. Basically, this is related to the so-called Market Stability Reserve, an automatic adjustment mechanism that adjusts supply of allowances to its demand and prevents the oversupply or a large oversupply that was observed in the past and that caused low prices. When this reform came about, the system reacted because probably credibility increased, and so prices started increasing, reaching also 100 euros per ton of CO2 at some point. Then you can observe a high volatility, which is related to the Ukrainian war, to the energy crisis, to the new war in Middle East, to many reasons for political and geopolitical instability that we have experienced and are experiencing today. But nevertheless, the price did not collapse back to the previous levels. We are now around 70 euros per ton of CO2, so much higher than it used to be, showing a good degree of resilience to shocks. And similar trends can be observed for the other ETSs around the world. ETSs, I will use carbon markets and ETS, or emission trading system, as synonyms in this case, that have been applied elsewhere. For instance, Switzerland, you see the Swiss price converged to the European one because Switzerland and Europe joined forces and created a unique carbon market. Here you see in purple the UK ETS. The opposite happened. After Brexit, UK left the EU ETS, created its own ETS, and the price was initially in line, but then fell below the European one. There are now rumors, and more than rumors, to be honest, that the two ETSs, EU and UK, might link back together. Then you see here California and Quebec, again, two different markets in two different countries, actually, but they join forces, link their ETSs, and so unique price. And finally, China. China was born at the national level as a national ETS in 21. The price is relatively lower with respect to the others, but if you compare it with the European ones of some years ago, it's basically in line. So it's in its infancy and is expected to grow both in size and in prices. The EU ETS is, I sometimes describe it to my students, a moving target because it changes so much, and it poses many research questions. Some of them are the object of our projects at EU1. So, first of all, what are the decarbonization effects, and what are the perceived barriers by the actors in the market? This is something that we work on in a survey with the European Investment Bank. Then there are the distributional effects of carbon markets and the policy acceptability, which is what we look at in the project, Horizon Project Capable. There are the competitiveness effects linked to the risk of carbon leakage, and this relates to CBAM, which is the object of a space project I talked about before. And finally, there is the future of the ETSs in general, the EU ETS in particular, with the need to go into negative emissions or carbon dioxide removal in the future. And this is the object of another project called AgriTech, which looks at the agri-food removal possibilities. Now, due to time constraints, I will skip the first point and I will briefly go into the other points, starting from the distributional one. We all know that carbon prices can have regressive effects. Poor households spend larger income share on carbon-intensive goods, face higher financial constraints to adopt low-carbon technologies, and are more likely to suffer job losses in carbon-intensive sectors. So for these reasons, we should not disregard the possibility that carbon pricing has regressive effects. This raises the issue of social acceptability as carbon prices increase. How can we increase this acceptability? Well, the literature suggests that acceptability depends heavily on how we use money, how carbon pricing revenues are used, and I would add how this is communicated to the communities. But first of all, we need to make sure that carbon pricing revenues are enough. And so let's look at this question. Are there enough? To answer this question, I want to use a couple of diagrams. This one is taken from the World Bank Carbon Pricing 23 report and shows you the carbon revenues, both carbon taxes in reddish and ETS revenues in blue. And as you can see, carbon revenues in general have increased steadily, almost exponentially, but in particular, ETS revenues have increased in the last few years. And in 2020, for the first time, ETS revenues overtook carbon taxes, and they are now around 70% of all carbon revenues. This large increase has been largely pushed by the ETS revenues, which I'm going to show you in this diagram. These are the ETS auction revenues from 2010 to 2023 yearly data. And again, you see a sort of exponential growth in these revenues. It has been estimated in a study by Clemens Fuest and Jean Pisani-Ferry that overall the EU ETS revenues might range between 800 and 1,500 billion euros by 2050. These are just numbers. But if you compare these numbers with the European COVID-19 package, which was 750 billion euros, you realize that this is an enormous amount of money. We're talking about up to twice as much as the COVID-19 package, which was an unprecedented intervention at the European level. So obviously, this is on a much longer time horizon, whereas the COVID-19 intervention was in one go, in 1 year. But still, we are talking about a huge amount of money. And this amount is likely to be further increased by a new fund that the European Commission created. It's called Social Climate Fund, to avoid regressive effects on the EU ETS2. ETS2 is a new market that the European Commission has decided to establish to cover some sectors like housing and transport that are not covered by the ETS so far. And as I said, ETS emissions fell more than other sectors. In the other sectors, like for instance transport, they did not fall fast enough, or actually they increased. That is why this decision of extending the markets. Not only a huge amount, as I showed you a second ago, but also likely to increase, because auction revenues are likely to increase if prices increase. And in my view, at least I think it's reasonable to expect that carbon prices will increase as we get closer to 2050, to carbon neutrality, because less allowances will be left around, and so the price will keep increasing. So, in short, distribution effects are theoretically possible, but these markets also generate the revenues to address this problem. The second problem I mentioned was competitiveness. We all know that unilateral policies like the EU ETS can provoke carbon leakage, can induce the actors to delocalize their polluting activities and move away. So far, the literature doesn't find much evidence or any evidence of carbon leakage. But you know, carbon prices were low so far. So carbon leakage might expect it to rise in the future with rising prices as we come closer to climate neutrality all over the world by 2050, as most countries want, or 60 in the case of China, 70 in the case of India. So the question is, what can we do to prevent carbon leakage and safeguard international competitiveness? Here we have three possible routes. One is free allowances, and this is the route that Europe followed at the beginning. So giving free allowances to the companies and sectors at risk of carbon leakage. But this does not create strong incentive to technological progress. And so Europe is moving away from this. A second possibility is linking. When you link two carbon markets, the two prices converge. We just saw it in the diagram before for California, Quebec, Europe, and Switzerland. So in theory, if you could have carbon markets all over the world and you could link them, there would be no carbon leakage at all, because you get only one unique carbon price. So no incentive to flee away. But linking takes time, requires trust, and trust takes time. So probably it's a promising way, but it's not the main route we can follow if we want to achieve our targets fast. And here comes the third option, border carbon adjustments. Basically, Europe moved to this route that in jargon we call CBAM, CBAM, which is a system based on embodied emissions and EU ETS prices. So it reflects carbon markets, and it's basically a taxation of imports based on the embodied emissions in that product. There is a transitional period, which is bound to end at the end of this year, in which companies have quarterly reporting obligations. And from January 26, it will become a definitive regime in which companies are required to purchase CBAM certificates, and this becomes mandatory. As CBAM kicks in, free allowances get out. So they will be phased out by 2034. One replaces the other as a way of protection. Which are the sectors involved? They are the most energy intensive, but also exposed to international competition. The sectors like cement, iron and steel, aluminium, fertilizers, electricity, and hydrogen. And 500 goods have been grouped in 20 CBAM categories so far. Here you can see the EU import of CBAM goods. Basically 2/3 of these impacts come from iron and steel, 24% concern the aluminium sector, and then minor percentages for the other sectors. What is the ultimate goal? Well, the goal is to create a level playing field, and so to avoid that domestic companies are damaged by a more stringent environmental regulation than in the other countries. But there is another goal that is even more important in my view, the idea of inducing other countries to adopt carbon pricing. This is a first step towards a carbon club, although I prefer to use the word coalition, because club, as you know from economic theory, it's about something that is exclusive, and we love inclusivity. So let me call it coalition, a coalition of like-minded countries that have a similar approach in terms of policy and targets. But in theory, this is very nice. And as always, theory and practice are different. And so the questions concern how to implement CBAM, how to avoid that this is perceived as just green protectionism by other countries, or even green colonialism and multilateral. However, the effects of CBAM outside Europe are still the object of debate, with very different, I would say, conflicting opinions. Here I report a few studies in the literature that have different views on the CBAM effects. Bellora and Fontanier argue that this has positive effects, induces decarbonization policies elsewhere. Carbon and river think that this has no or very little effects, Bassi and others think that it has damaging effects. Certainly, the mechanism can have impact on middle and low-income countries, for which the EU is an important export market. Here, I listed those countries. Those that suffer the most in absolute terms could be Russia, China, Turkey, and Ukraine. But in relative terms, so compared to their GDP, the highest impact could be in the Balkans, in Africa, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Cameroon, Morocco, and in Tajikistan. So for this reason, at the last COP, in an event I was invited to from the Polish government with the European Commission, and with some colleagues, I propose redistribution policy of CBAM revenues. I think these revenues should be used outside Europe to get more countries on board. But this should be done in a conditional way. So conditional on these countries going for clean investments. And these, together with earmarking the revenues, in my opinion, is crucial to get the acceptability of this policy and to induce enlarging the coalition, and let me use the words for inclusivity, as this is a key aspect in the workshop today. Now, I said the cap decreases over time. Does it mean that one day the game will be over? Well, maybe, maybe not. Some studies estimate that the cap might get to zero by 40, and in any case, we want to get to net zero by 2050. But watch out, we're talking about net zero. So not zero emission, but emissions that need to be compensated for those residual emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, those sectors that don't have the technologies as yet and might not have them by 2050. So this opens the door to the so-called negative emissions technologies, ways of absorbing CO2 to compensate those residual emissions, hopefully little residual emissions that will be left. And here we have two possible ways to go: nature-based solutions and technology-based solutions. A few words on each of them. Nature-based solutions aim at removing CO2 through natural ecosystems, so afforestation, reforestation, soil carbon sequestration, protection, wetlands, and so forth and so forth. And these are particularly important and interesting, in my opinion, for the Global South, because there are the ecosystems that can operate as a nature-based solutions for carbon dioxide removal. These solutions have co-benefits in terms of protecting biodiversity, improving air quality, and improving climatic resilience. But they have their own limits in terms of permanence and scale. Permanence, because imagine you go for afforestation, but then your forest burns, then the CO2 that was embodied goes back into the atmosphere. And scale, because sometimes there are limitations to the size of what you can do with natural ecosystems. In any case, their potential contribution is very large, up to 30% of mitigation, and the average cost is relatively low, between 10 and $50 per ton of CO2. On the contrary, the technology-based solutions are artificial engineering solutions like CCS, carbon capture and storage, or direct air capturing, that have the advantage of being highly permanent, just the opposite of natural-based, and of potential use in the hard-to-abate sectors, but have high costs. And in many cases, there is a lack of infrastructures and regulations. That is something, again, will be discussed in the next panels in this event. Their current capacity is relatively low, 50 megatons of CO2, but is expected or aimed at increasing up to 1,000 megatons. And opposite to nature-based solution, they're cost is very high, as I said. It has been estimated to be between 250 and 600 US dollars. So much higher than before. Now, the interest towards these instruments, nature-based and technology-based solutions, has increased enormously over time and has opened the door to the so-called voluntary carbon markets, in which a company can, on a voluntary base, buy carbon credits that are produced from nature-based or technology-based solutions in another country or in another context. And this diagram shows you the trend of voluntary carbon markets. In blue are the carbon credits issued, and in purple, those that are retired, so actually used. As you see, the market has been growing very fast up to 2021, and then start decreasing. Why it was the case? Well, because the transparency and credibility of some of these systems was investigated and questioned. Here you see some articles on The Economist, on the Financial Times, elsewhere, talking about greenwashing, fraud, or effects on forest communities. Because there were some scandals that questioned the credibility and quality of these carbon credits. Indeed, some studies found that this carbon credits, carbon offsets mechanism had impact, negative impact on the local communities in terms of indigenous people being affected or even moved from their places, offsets being overestimated, illegal land use or food production being affected. And the map shows where this negative impact occur, and unfortunately, a good part of this occur in Africa and Latin America. And Latin America and Africa are also those two continents that report the highest number of projects causing negative effects. Still, the interest on the market is increasing. The trend is, I would say, growing, if not growing, at least stably of a high level, with many actors, main actors being those that set the standard, like Verra and Gold Standard, that represent more than 70% of PCM credits. The market trend that is increasing in value are expected to increase from 1.5 to 5.3 billions by the end of the decade. And with an average price carbon credit, which is still very low, 4.8% per ton of CO2, with a decrease of 20% with respect to 23. So on the one hand, you have very low prices. On the other hand, you have higher prices and high interest for high quality carbon credits, with more than half of the credits being used by China, India, Brazil, and Indonesia. The quality of these credits is the problem. But there is a number of problems that I would like to stress concerning, first of all, the integrity and transparency. As I mentioned before, there is uncertainty on the value of the credits. The difficulty of including co-benefits. I said nature-based solutions have important co-benefits to offer, but these are not reflected in the price. That's why the prices are so low. There are problems with permanency, as I said before, which may cause what has been defined as a Sisyphean effort. So you keep making afforestation, and then it burns, and then afforestation again. So you need monitoring across time over a long time horizon to make sure that what you do is permanent. And you also need monitoring across space, because most of these carbon credits are supplied in the global south, but are bought from the global north. So there is a geographical distance that needs our monitoring system to be improved. And one problem that I mentioned in an article I wrote with my team mates in a publication of the United Nations, is what I define as carbon grabbing. By this, we mean the risk of claiming carbon offsetting without guaranteeing adequate remuneration to the community or just treatment to land and its inhabitants. And this is a risk that we should take into close account, and which relates to the last point. We need local actors to be involved, to be at the forefront of the implementation, because they have the knowledge, they know how to manage things, and they need to be involved in the decision making. So my time is up, and let me come fast to some conclusions. On the way to COP30, on the way to an event that will take place in Brazil, so in the global south, and in which North and South countries will get together again. Well, first of all, although this is very trivial, and I apologize for this, but I do believe that global problems need global solutions. As trivial as it can look, it's still important to be said. And we need the energy transition to be global, to be just, to be inclusive, and not only green. All these adjectives for me are important. Some steps have been done on the right way. The loss and damage funds and Article 6 have been stepped forwards. But there is a long way to go, and carbon pricing can be a key tool in this sense, because it allows to apply the polluter pays principle, and it can induce technological changes. If a company does not want to pay the carbon price, does not want to purchase allowances, needs to move to a clean technology. But it's a very delicate tool that we need to handle with care. In Europe, we learned through 20 years of experience, we had many obstacles, but also remarkable achievements. And that is why it's a good example. But we need to extend the carbon coalition. You see here I use the right wording. And we need to protect the most vulnerable sectors of the population and the most vulnerable countries because of the possible distributional effects that carbon markets may generate. So how can we extend and protect at the same time? Here, my view on how to do that with regulated and voluntary markets. On very regulated markets, I think we should use a combo of linking and CBAM. Why? Because CBAM allows or can help extending carbon markets, and then linking, possibly by collars, can help leading to a unique carbon price in the countries, the jurisdictions that have a carbon market. But to do all this, we need CBAM entries to be used for other countries, not only for Europe. This is the way in which I believe we can enlarge the coalition. As to the voluntary markets, we need to show clearly that their efforts are additional, that they can assure permanence and integrity, because only in this way we can build trust on voluntary carbon markets. And then I would like to say we need to regulate voluntary carbon markets. It may look funny, if you want, because it sounds as an oxymoron. If they are voluntary, why should I regulate them? But on the other hand, we need a minimum level of rules, share rules, if we want these markets to be trustworthy and credible. And to do that, I also think we should set a minimum and a maximum price. So a price floor and a price ceiling or collars, so that price can fluctuate in a collar. And this, in my view, it's important to protect local communities, avoid the carbon prices get too low, and at the same time, avoiding that they get too high at the beginning, and so they scare the market. I think these measures can help overcoming the north-south dichotomy that has unfortunately prevented good results at the COP so far. Some good steps forward have been done, as it was said also at the beginning, but we should proceed faster and create more trust also in this kind of instrument that get together the needs of the South to get financed and the needs of the North to compensate for the residual emissions. And I stress the word residual. That's what they should be. First reduce and then compensate. And on this note, I will stop and thank you again for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Dr. Bogesi one more time. I hope you're still there with us because we have a 15-minute session to just come up with the questions we'd like to actually pose to Dr. Bogesi. But even as we think about it, my key takeaway points as we look ahead to COP30 to be held in Brazil in November of this year is that there is an overarching need for global efforts to transition to green energy, ensuring it is fair and inclusive and benefiting all countries and all sectors. There's also emphasis on the importance of carbon pricing, particularly within the EU ETS as a tool to incentivize emission reductions and drive the green transition. And definitely there is also a need for international cooperation and support for vulnerable countries and sectors facing the challenges of decarbonization. So again, let's engage Dr. Bogesi with the questions perhaps that have come out from this presentation. He will not be with us for the rest of the day, so this is your opportunity to engage with him. All right, at the back, do you have a microphone near you? Yes. Kindly introduce yourself and then pose your question or comment.
This is Ishan. I'm from Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, Pakistan. Thank you, Professor, for a good presentation. A lot of lessons for Pakistan to learn from your presentation. I have a question because I've been working on the same issue on the energy mix on Pakistan, and we are trying to reduce carbon emissions for Pakistan. But in the last COP, because your presentation was aspect of COP30 as well, we don't see a clear financing mechanism in the last COP. So do you think that financing mechanism we need to give more space in the next COP so that every country is clear that what are the financial responsibilities of each country and the global community towards the emission reduction globally? Thank you.
Okay, there's another question. We'll take two of these so that you can be able to address both.
Thanks, Professor Simoni. My name is Bhima Adhikari. I work for IDRC in Canada. So I'm glad that your topic on the BCM, voluntary carbon market, this is something I've been pushing in IDRC as well. So although you have touched that, the integrity part of the voluntary carbon market, because many of these offsets, they are not really offset because there's an article in Guardian like 2023, even the carbon offset certified by the Vera, which is one of the top certifier, 80% they were kind of like a garbage, not really carbon credit. So although you touch you on that, but what is your thinking on how we can really go about cutting the very high quality carbon credit in the VCM from both if you're buyers, what is the responsibility, and if you're a seller as well. So I wonder, do you have any thought on that? How we really can go about a very high quality, very integrated carbon market there. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Dr. Simone, you can go ahead with those two questions.
Yeah, I have to apologize because I had a technical issue and at some point I lost your voice. Can you please repeat the first question, because I was trying to fix it and I couldn't really hear you.
Sure, Professor. My first question is the financing mechanism of reducing carbon emissions in each country is not that clear. In the last COP, like in the COP 28 and 9, there was a talk, but there is no clear mechanism for that. Do you think in the next COP there should be a clear debate on the financing mechanism of the emission reduction strategy for the 2050 goals? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, we did some steps, but not enough. And now it's time to clarify this mechanism. I believe that we have lost too much time in conversations in the past, and now it's time to fill up the gaps, because it's good to have frameworks, it's good to have agreements, but they're just on paper. And we need to proceed this way. I believe that next COP can be crucial, even because of the location. The fact that it will be in Brazil motivates the Global South to bring about its own new proposals. I was at the last COPs. I had the opportunity also to talk with many policymakers from the Global South. And, in preparation to this COP, I see much attention and motivation. Obviously, what's happening now in terms of geopolitical tensions, it's a problem, because it's likely to delay again some of the discussion. Maybe some countries might even not be present. As you know, the new Trump administration position, well, not new, but particularly strong now, is not helpful in this sense. But I want to keep up with the hope, and that we will reach an agreement on more specific, concrete terms of financing mechanisms.
Mm-hmm. To the second question, did you capture it?
I heard it was about high quality credits, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So probably the question was how to ensure high quality credits.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a difficult one. In my view, it's important, of primary importance, for this to happen, that there is a regulatory mechanism and rules that are shared at the global level. So, a set of rules that are sort of guidelines for how carbon credits should be done. And I think this is the direction that the UNFCCC wants to go. I am a bit more optimist that this can happen now that I've seen some of these mechanisms in place. And I also believe that on top of the guidelines, it's crucial to have local communities involved, because the local communities can really monitor closely what's going on. I was particularly struck by the case of blue carbon, for instance. So carbon offsets related to the sea. And I liked some of applications that turn out to be successful because of the revenues being used for the local communities and the local communities being involved from the very beginning. But others turn out to be just, as I said before, carbon grabbing. And this is to be avoided, both for the Global South, but also for the Global North, because if the companies buy those credits and the market perceived they are not trustworthy, then the companies lose reputation, the carbon markets lose reputation. So also the voluntary carbon markets ends up having negative effects on the regulated carbon market that has worked pretty good so far. So we have to be very careful. That's why I said handle with care.
Okay, any more questions? I'll look this way. I'll take one here and one at the back. Yes, we'll be turning to you in a moment.
Hello, Dr. Simone. Thank you so much for the presentations. We actually have a pretty good understanding of the carbon markets in the EU. But as I looked at the map on one of the slides, I see that, Africa can leverage its natural asset to supply high-quality credits with climate and social benefits. But how do you see market integrations across the world as you are looking forward to the low of fund price to avoid cartel and monopolies? By the way, my name is Dr. Sain and I'm from Senegal. Thank you. Executive Director of PACE.
All right, the lady at the back.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation, Dr. Simon. My question is about carbon border adjustment. In your presentation, you mentioned it may likely will have negative effects to middle and small developing countries. My question is, how about industry and businesses in EU itself? Because probably most of them also import from these countries, and they may have increased their production costs because of carbon border adjustment that may affect their competitiveness globally compared to other country who doesn't have a carbon border adjustment. So what is the impact for the EU industries and businesses, and in terms of competitiveness? And second, is there any pushback from these industries to the EU CBAM? Thank you.
Okay, you can take those two.
Yes, thanks. Okay, on the first, carbon market integration, let me stress that I am a supporter of carbon pricing. At the same time, I believe this is not a silver bullet, and that other tools can also be needed. So a mix of markets and regulation. And this is important to say because, especially for African countries, I think you first need to create the market, So you cannot expect to proceed only through carbon pricing to achieve the reduction targets. Your question was, however, on the risk of having cartels and monopolies. And I don't think this is a real risk, to be honest, because the market is very large. Take, for instance, the case of Europe. It's composed of more than 10,000 installations spread across all the energy-intensive sectors and 30 countries. So this prevents the creation of cartels because companies belong to different sectors, different countries, they don't have common interest. And with my team, we have, because of the observatory, we have studied the composition of the European market, and there doesn't seem to be any evidence of, as I said, cartels or even less so monopolies. If I project this into a larger market, so linking the European one with many others, this risk is even lower. And as to the second question, the effects in Europe, yes, there might be effects also in Europe. And again, with my team, we study the effects out of Europe, but also in Europe. Some countries are likely to suffer more because of CBAM and because they are more dependent on this kind of imports. I'm thinking of Spain for fertilizers, or Germany with aluminium, Italy as well, because we are car producers. But the others, on the other hand, let's say this CBAM is producing effects, is inducing other countries, some of our partners, to adopt more policies, climate policies. So in a way, this is producing the effect that was desired. Still, concerning your question, if there were pushbacks, the answer is yes. There were pushbacks by these sectors But having them around the table in our events in Florence, together with the regulators, I could also see that some of these are in favor of a mechanism that may protect the European market, but also extend the markets. Because if you invested in clean technologies, then you want this process to go ahead. You don't want it to be stopped and prevented, because that's also a way for you to earn from the investments, past investments in decarbonization that you already did.
Okay, now we are a bit pressed for time. I'd like you to take a break and go have a cup of coffee or tea for 15 or 20 minutes. So I'll take 3 questions, one here, one in the middle, and one at the far end. So we'll start there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Simone, for the presentation. Very excellent one. I am Nemeka Chupone from Resource and Better Policy Research Center, EFD, Nigeria. And also, I've met Simone. We've met severally in Wasiri. I'm the former president of Afere, and I will still represent Afere on Wasiri. So I have some concerns and let's say questions and comments to make. First, starting with CBAM. CBAM, many of the developing countries are not exporting to Europe. They have very low export to Europe. So the issue may be revenue coming from CBAM. If you say you're bringing some back to the countries, you will have, developing countries will not still benefit. Besides, many of the companies that are exporting to Europe from developing countries are Europe-based companies, or they're based in the north. I mean, they have their factories in developing countries, but they now export to developed countries. And some products, take for example, petroleum, ex-oil and gas exportation is not included in CBAM, although there is electricity. And many of the companies also exporting oil and gas from developing countries are based in Europe. So, and oil and gas is a major source of pollution. So how do we deal with such matter, especially in terms of maybe repatriating some revenue from CBAM to developing countries when there will be little export from the developing countries to Europe, and then also when you have a product like oil and gas, not in CBAM, but beside electricity, and how that's also causing a lot of pollution. That's number one. Number two, in the voluntary carbon market, you suggested the issue of creating a band for, because of the low price of VCM products. Now, how can that be implemented unless it is done through using the market? Because many of these products, like Bam said, have very low quality carbon. Again, so how do we ensure that the price is increased, with the ban you're talking about, how can it be implemented within the market? Because when you have a market, it will be market-driven. So people may not be able to agree to a ban unless they have high product of carbon and all that. So, and within that period of space on the voluntary carbon market, how do we ensure, because one of the critical issues you mentioned, and which is true, is the issue of communities benefiting because of poorly defined property rights in developing countries. Most of those carbon products, carbon offset products like forestry, have poorly defined property rights. Communities sometimes don't even know when these things happen. So how do we ensure that the body crediting the carbon markets like Vera and Gold Standard ensure that the communities are taken along, especially from prior informed consent, to ensure that those products are of good standard and of also taking account of the community. So these are some of the few questions. I still have more, but let me stop here. Thank you.
Let's stop at our point. Any question here in the middle? Anyone feeling pressed for a question? Okay. At the end, any other question? All right. Dr. Simone, you can go ahead with those 3.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Unfortunately, again, I had some issues with the audio at some point in the last part, but let me answer to what I could understand. The first question was on CBAM and the lack of oil that is not included in the products. Let me tell you how I see CBAM. I see as a transitionary mechanism that can be a game changer, induces other countries to implement similar policies, and then should be removed. I have this feeling or this idea because I believe it's a nice instrument but very complex to implement. And if you go for a perfect CBAM, you will never end because there are so many aspects to be included in the computation. So it should be, oil should be included, but probably CBAM should be then replaced by something that works better and that can be more easy to implement. Concerning the second questions on corridor and bands, I think that implementing a corridor is not so difficult because it is true that the price on the market is market driven, but the regulator should keep control of the market. So I believe these markets are slightly different from, let's say, the financial markets. They have an environmental component that should never be denied. And so the regulator should always keep an eye on the functioning of this market to make sure they are in line with the ultimate goals. I would define this as a fine-tuning policy. And actually this has happened in the European market because if you look at the history of these last 20 years of implementation, the European market has gone through many regulatory interventions to adjust the mechanism and fine-tune and find the best way. And that's how then eventually the price started increasing. So this would be the corridor, or the band would be one of these interventions. And let me add one last point. If you look at the other jurisdictions, California, New Zealand, Quebec, and so on and so forth, most of them, if not all of them, have a minimum and a maximum price. Europe is an exception. So in this sense, the others learn from Europe, but I think Europe should and could learn from the others. And a corridor would help because it would tell what to the market operators and to the other jurisdictions what is the minimum and the maximum price that is acceptable, that can be consistent with that situation, with that economic and geographical context.
Okay, I think he also that they are taken care of. Dr. Simone?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat it? I apologize, but I don't hear very well.
Okay, the last question had to do with the communities losing out on the benefits of the same, of carbon credits in the markets, and
decision to be taken ex ante, this should not be left to the negotiation between the two parts, even because, in my personal view, the negotiation can be very asymmetric in these voluntary carbon markets as they are now. If you are a farmer in developing countries, and on the other hand, the demand comes from a multinational that is very powerful on the market, obviously, it's hard to say that there is symmetry in the negotiation process. Therefore, rules are needed and that ensure high quality of supply, but also high quality of demand and usage of these carbon credits to avoid greenwashing.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Simone Borghesi, Director of Florence School of Regulation, Climate, and part-time professor at the European University Institute. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you for your great presentation, and I'm sure there'll be many in the room who will be following up with you on the same. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're falling behind on the time. However, we have considered this even as we plan for the next panel discussion. So you have 15 minutes or so to go get a cup of tea and just, stretch your legs. When we come back, as I mentioned, we'll have our first policy panel talking about challenges in financing and implementing green energy infrastructure unique to the global south. So let's make time for that. It's going to be a 1-hour discussion with 30 minutes of Q&A, but we'll see how we can ensure we get it to make it engaging enough just before our lunchtime break. So we'll see you in 15.
Yeah.
I see the networking is really working out. All right. Now let's see how good we are with this and how good we've gotten to knowing each other. All right. So the lady from Ghana, hi, sorry, your jacket is beautiful. I'll keep seeing you. I'd like you to stand and let me know 2 people you've met and you remember their names and what they do. We talked about networking. Let's see how well you're doing this. And you cannot mention somebody you came with or somebody you work with. All right, let's stand. Let's get to see you. You have a microphone, yes.
This is really on the spot.
Yes, please introduce yourself.
So I'm Justina Onoma. I am from Ghana, obviously. I work with the Science and Technology Policy Research Institute as a senior research scientist. I'm within the EIPM program of PEP. So I've been here since Monday. But if you want to ask me whom I've gotten to know today, I've gotten to know BIM of IDRC.
Okay.
Yes. This is our first time speaking, so yes.
Excellent. Somebody else, perhaps further into the room?
Anne Kingeri, she's not here.
I see you hiding behind that, but at least you have both her names.
Yes.
Anyone else? Anyone else you can see? Okay, we'll let her off the hook. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'll walk towards you. I see you looking at me from the side of your... Gentleman from Ethiopia, please give him a microphone. Do you have a microphone? No. Anyone who can share their microphone? Thank you. All right, introduce yourself. Tell me 2 people that you have met today or in the course of this week.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bashar Galana from Ethiopia. I work in Jimma University and currently working on addressing challenge of equity in healthcare system. So far, I met somebody who's from Guinea-Bissau. Yeah.
Are they here? Yes. Do you remember their name? All right, I'll get you. I'll let you off the hook. Second person?
The second person, I didn't come with him, but Alamayo had did. Professor Alamayo. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. So I'm walking towards you, and I see how people are avoiding eye contact. All right, let us see. Our gentleman here. Yes. This is a very social table, as I can see. So no one on this table. You're not going to mention anyone on this table. Let's get farther on. So 2 people.
Okay. First of all, well, my name is Tony Arente from Nicaragua, and I'm super happy to be here. I've met so many people, by the way, so I could mention more than 2.
Oh.
But I would mention from that table, maybe. And I would say Ricardo, and I've met Jorge. Well, I've got
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
I've met this gentleman from Guinea, right?
Guinea-Bissau, yes.
Guinea-Bissau, yeah. And well, I've met so many others, like that other guy from Cambodia, and that other game changer guy too, who just spoke, and I've met him too, and the other gentleman there.
All right.
So they are from Ethiopia, right? So I've met them too.
Excellent.
And I've met also this lady from Argentina, and like so on, so many.
Aha! Now we see the life of the party. Yeah? Let's
Thank you.
appreciate him, please. From other countries. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the chance we will get to hear from the first panel. Remember, they are one of the panelists will be focusing on blended finance. He has a presentation, a quick presentation that definitely lends to this discussion, and that will be our good brother, Bim Adhikari. He's a senior program specialist, International Development Research Center at the IDRC. Please, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. Is his presentation ready? I think you can go to the lectern. Yes. You can actually stand if you prefer to. At the lectern. Yes, that's fine. Let's appreciate him one more time.
Okay, should be fine now. So thank you, moderator. Thanks, everyone. So this morning, I think we heard very nice presentation on the, one of the aspects of the climate finance, which is the carbon market. So now I'm going to talk a little bit different topic, but again, how we go about mobilizing climate finance for the energy transition in Global South. So this is about blended finance. So as you know, I think blended finance has been getting a lot of attention last couple of years on Global South. The reason is the following. If you look at the, the financing kind of requirement for the energy transition in the Global South, this is massive. We are talking about almost $1 trillion, couple of $1 trillion here. So as we know, public finance is not going to enough to cater that demand. And we have to mobilize the private finance. So the blended finance has been considered as one of the very innovative financing instrument, really to kind of bridging their financing gap. So I have a few slides. Let's go to the first one. Well, I can do that from here as well. Let me figure it out. Oh, that's the India. So the first, I think, the things I would like to share is like why blended finance is suitable in Africa or Global South. When I say Africa, I'm talking about the Global South. Yeah? Sorry, just for the little issue there. So as you know, I think many of these clean energy project or any climate project is kind of seen as a very high risky investment for the private sector due to a variety of reasons, like political instability, currency fluctuations, a whole bunch of regulatory uncertainties, and also perceived credit risk. So what blended finance does is kind of uses the what we call the concessional finance, which is basically finance coming from the either like a philanthropic side or like a public finance. So it really combines this kind of vehicle to minimize this risk, and at the same time making the project more viable or attractive to the commercial investors. That's one of the major reasons why I think blended finance has been considered as one of the kind of instrumental tool for the mobilizing private finance. And the second, it has a lot of catalytic role as well. Many, again, I think many energy projects or climate projects in Africa are nascent or like underdeveloped. So blended finance helped to create the kind of viability of this kind of market, and which lays the ground for the pure future kind of commercial investment. And the third one, there's a whole issue of bankability. Many of these projects in the region, in the global south, they are not bankable in a sense that there is no strong business case for this private sector to invest. So what it does, like, many of the early stage, like a clean energy project, might not return the, investment, not offer the return to the investors in light of some of this potential risk. So what blended finance does is really improves the viability of or bankability of the energy projects through different kind of instrument. The one is the first loss guarantee. Sometimes if projects occurring any loss, the mechanism entirely kind of cover that loss. And also we have some kind of technical assistance, which is also costly for the private sector to work on. And finally, there is a other kind of instrument called interest rate subsidy. So these are the kind of potential tools what blended finance mechanism use to attack the private sector investment. So now, second question I also ask, what are the good examples of the ongoing blended finance market in the global south? So I have a few examples here. Oh, sorry. Before I go on the examples, so if you look at the entire global south, so blended finance has been, really used to support, like a solar off-grid, mini grid, even like a large scale kind of utilities projects. So a whole bunch of MDBs like IFC, World Bank, have already, successfully piloted several blended finance energy project or infrastructure project in developing countries. So if you look at the whole entire blended finance market, in 2023, there is about $15 billion in the blended finance market, out of which 40% was in Africa. So that means almost like a $6 billion was raised for clean energy project in Africa. So I think there are a whole bunch of, some of the risks are very perceived risks. They are not real risks. But at the same time, I think even this, this perceived risk kind of deterring the private sector to invest. So we really need to think on that line as well. So there are a few examples. I like the example. This is the most, I think this is a very new one, 3-4 years now. The Global Energy for People and Planet. This is an initiative by the Rockefeller Foundation and the IK Foundation. So I think the focus of this initiative is on the clean energy access, and transition in low and middle-income countries in Asia and Africa. So the structure, it is supposed to be $10 billion kind of platform, combining the philanthropy and public finance, mostly the philanthropic finance coming from the Rockefeller Foundation and then the IK Foundation, with also development finance and the other private investment. So what kind of blended mechanism this fund is using? So this is using the grant and concessional finance to de-risk early stage projects and crowd in commercial investment. So in terms of impact, I think this is looking like almost reaching out 1 billion people in the developing countries with a reliable access to clean energy. And also, there's a huge climate impact here. They're aiming like a 4 billion ton of emission over the next couple of years. So in terms of relevance, it's very relevant to the many global south countries because this is focused on the scaling clean energy in Africa, supporting mini grids, solar home systems, and the utility scale renewables. And my second example, many of you already know, I hope this one, the African Development Bank's Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. So again, this is focusing on the renewable energy and energy efficiency in Africa. So this is the multi-donor trust fund, unlike the previous one, which was mostly the philanthropic kind of finance. It's managed by the African Development Bank, and it's providing the concessional finance, grants, and the technical assistance for the energy project in Africa. So again, in terms of blended financing mechanism, it's a kind of early stage kind of risk capital, and different kind of de-risking tools to attack the private investment. And they, in terms of like what they have done so far, they have already supported almost like 40 projects Africa, and helped to unlock the flow of financing from private sector and public investors. So again, at the relevance to our topic this morning, directly address the energy access gap through blended finance kind of approach in African energy markets. And my third example is the climate investor one. This is basically the climate fund manager, and it has got like a three-tier approach, what we call the project life cycle approach to the blended finance market. They have a three-tier fund, as I just mentioned, development fund, construction equity fund, and refinancing fund. So again, in the blended financing mechanism, how they are doing it, this is basically combines the public concessional finance, mostly from DFIs, with the institutional capitals, like the pension fund, insurance companies, hedge funds, and so on and so on. So this fund already mobilized millions of investment for a solar wind and the hydro project in Africa. So my next example is the private infrastructure development group, also called their sister kind of company called InfraGroup Africa. So this is focused on the not only energy, a whole bunch of the very risky infrastructure project in developing countries. So this is basically funded by the donor government. The major donors are the UK, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And the blended financing mechanism here again, it is using the early stage risk capital, technical assistance, and credit guarantees to crowd in the commercial investment. So it also has a catalyzed whole bunch of, huge amount of finance for the energy transition in Africa. So it has got a very strong track record in our African energy infrastructure, particularly in the high risk and undeveloped markets. And my final example, many of you know that already. This is the Green Climate Fund under the UN Climate Conventions that we are also, I think, discussed this morning. So this is the global fund contributed by mostly the global north countries. And then it offers, is a very simple one, the blended funds mechanism. It basically offers the grants, concession loans, guarantees, and the equity support of blended funds structures. So so far, I think by 2024, they have already kind of supported 12 billion projects globally, and many involving in the renewable energy access in Africa and Asia. So yeah, this is also one of the very relevant kind of global mechanism, not only mitigation of energy side, but the adaptation as well. So my second question, I was given the second question on how really we can go about making the blended finance more gender responsive and inclusive. So like, any other financing vehicles, we have the same problem in the blended kind of finance market as well, because there is mostly there is a lack of standardization of gender metrics, and also there is a limited access to the gender data, so that we can measure the kind of impact of this funding vehicle. And many of these initiatives focus on the short-term objectives, like number of women employed or number of women trained, but not the more like structural type of change that we have been discussing over the past two days in the SEDCA meeting. So and also there is a silos between we have a climate investors and we have gender investors. So they are not working together. So I think one of the challenges is how we can bring these two communities together, so we really can now understand what kind of gender impact this project are making. And finally, many of you already know that, so whole bunch of systemic barrier. I think they are really challenging the blended finance market to be more gender responsive or gender transformative. So there are a few challenges. I think recommendations come out. One of the IDRC project, we have been working with the, one of the global blended finance network called Convergence. They're based in Toronto in Canada. So we are supporting their knowledge hubs, particularly understanding, what are the equity implications of these funds, what about gender benefits. So yeah, that's something I think we have been working on, and then I'll be very happy to, if you come across with any bankable projects, you would like to connect with the Convergence, we'll be very happy to facilitate that role. So hopefully I'll stop here, then we might have some more time for discussion.
Yes, we'll definitely have more time. Let's appreciate Bim. Lending a lot to that conversation we're just about to have, challenging in financing and implementing green energy infrastructure unique to the global south. Blended financing, very, very critical to this. So now that he's already up here, and I think his bio was already up, let me do him a bit more justice as we wait for the set to be put together. And I also encourage other panelists to get ready to come to the podium. And Bim Adhikari is a Senior Program Specialist at the International Development Research Center, a key funder of PEP. He holds a PhD in Environmental Economics, that is somebody else, and management, and has worked extensively on environment, climate change, and sustainable development issues over 3 decades with various international organizations, academic institutions, and UN agencies. So again, let's appreciate him. I see Elizabeth is already up with us. Well, she's the General Manager for Business Development and Strategy at Kengen, a leading electric power generating company in East Africa. She's an energy strategy, project development and financing expert with a keen interest in public policy and brings 22 years of experience with her. Please, let's appreciate her. All right, and I see Mohammed Zeshan is a very good student, follows instructions. Please, he's a research fellow at the Pakistan Institute of Development Economics and a PEP research fellow who has been involved in related research studies. He has a PhD in economics and has notably worked at the Sustainable Development Policy Institute in Pakistan and the World Bank previously, among other places. Please, let's appreciate him. And of course, our gentleman from Nigeria, Adeola Adenikinju. Did I get that right? Oh, yay. He's a professor of economics at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and a PEP research fellow who has been involved in related research studies. He too holds a PhD in economics and has played an influential role with the national government, including advising them on energy matters. Please, let's give him a hearty welcome. Your questions and comments even as we go along, so prepare the same. I'm sure there's a microphone near you, and if you feel pressed to ask the question, perhaps you can write it down and it can be passed on to me so that we're able to see how to actually weave it into the conversation as we go along. So I'll start off this discussion with Mohammed. You have been part of a PEP supported research study explaining the role of multilateral development banks, or MDBs as we know them, in financing the green energy transition in developing countries with a focus on Pakistan and South Africa. So let's talk a little bit about how MDBs can reform lending frameworks to better support just transitions, particularly for informal sectors, a very critical part of society.
So thank you. I'm thankful to PEP for supporting research for Pakistan. This is PEP working paper number 24, published in 2024 for reference that we are talking about. Pakistan has, to meet SDGs, its goal. So we submitted our SDG targets to UNFCCC that we will reduce CO2 emissions by 50% by 2030. To do that, so we requested PEP for some research work, and we had a lot of collaboration with PEP, a lot of meetings, and we published that research work. We see that the issue is in energy mix we have a lot of coal. If you look at the Pakistan's energy mix, 3% of the energy mix is based on the domestic coal. 10% of the energy mix is based on the imported coal. And solar is just 1% of the energy mix of Pakistan. So we met many stakeholders in the government, Ministry of Commerce, because we met Ministry of Climate Change, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Commerce, because I think these are the potential stakeholders. And we figured out that, so ministries agreed that we are working to reduce our imported coal from the energy mix for two reasons. First, to reduce the CO2 emissions to meet our SDG goals. Second, if you look at the prices, coal prices, are 5 times expensive compared to the coal. It doesn't make sense, like if you're using expensive, sources of coal, why don't you cheap the solar, which is 80% cheaper compared to coal? So it doesn't add up. So our suggestion is the first step is to replace the imported coal by 70% with the solar. To do that, we need finance. Finance is we've been talking about since morning. Beam also put a good presentation on it. So we need $60 billion to make that transition for Pakistan. So we did CGE simulations on that for this study. We see that if we replace the energy mix, 70% of coal with solar, our GDP will increase by 11.5%. If we just get into $1 billion, it's $40 billion. So cost is $60 billion. The benefit GDP is $40 billion. And the CO2 emissions reduced by 45%, 45, 50 almost, 45% to be precise. Okay. If you look at the informal economy, the question of informal economy, the informal economy of Pakistan is 34% larger compared to the formal economy. So what is the informal economy? All the businesses that are not registered with the government don't pay taxes. So this is the informal economy. So it's 34% larger compared to the formal economy. If you just add the economic benefits of informal economy, the economic benefits of the informal economy are $50 billion annually, right? 40% comes from the formal economy, 50 billion comes from the informal economy. So the aggregate benefit is $90 billion, The cost was $60 billion, the benefits are $90 billion. So it adds up perfectly, just combine formal economy with the informal economy. And we have a good benefit, a good advantage of that. So to do that, even if you look globally, if you look globally, 2 billion people, the world population is more than 8 billion people at the moment. So more than 2 billion people around the world, or 80% organizations globally are engaged with the informal economy. So informal economy is a very large number globally. In Pakistan, 72.5% of the labor is engaged in the informal economy. So the challenge is how to put all these informal economy workers into the formal economy. It will take time, even if you don't put them into the formal structure, just engage with them, to get a better advantage. So here comes the MDBs, the role of MDBs. We have a few suggestions, policy suggestions based on our study, the PEP working paper number 2024 in 2024. Based on that working paper, we have some suggestions. Like the first is, we have a tendency of starting a program, just make a new solar project, So we need to label it project for transition, not just the project, just the transition project, where we also consider the transition plan for the people, for the communities, that if we start a project, how it will affect the lives of all the people who are involved in the coal mines, because we will be replacing coal with the solar. We start with the imported coal, then definitely we go for the domestic coal. So our stakeholders are coal miners, informal economy workers, the street vendors, and many other type of workers in the informal economy. So we MDBs need to put focus on these stakeholders, and we need a people plan that what these people will do during the transition process. So we can't just ignore them. We need a people plan to focus that. We need to engage them. We need training programs for them. For the new sector, for this, maybe we need to teach them how to install solar panels in the community, not only in the formal sector, but also in the informal sectors. And, we need government for that as well. In Pakistan, the government has a very large share in the footprint in the economy. Mostly because many sectors move to the informal sectors, there's a lot of regulations in Pakistan. Dozens of regulations you need to register a business, And top of that, there is tax rate is very high. So mostly the businesses move to the informal sector. We estimated that the overall cost of the regulations in Pakistan is 58% of the GDP, It's enormous cost. So if we reduce the regulations, so here MDBs can guide the government of Pakistan because they have a lot of experience. They are dealing MDBs. What are MDBs? The World Bank, Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank, all the banks who are dealing with a large number of countries. So all these MDBs, they can they can guide the government that how to regulate businesses in an easy framework. So that if we reduce regulations, our economy will go 58% automatically because it's the cost to the economy. So it should be environmental friendly as well. Like whatever project we start, it should not harm the local population or the environment or the local resources. The harm should be minimum to the society. And the other is we need to set fair goals, like whenever any MDB pays the money, it shouldn't be just for the program or for the project. We need to set fair goals that what percentage of the informal businesses are brought to the formal sector, or what percentage of the informal female have been given the solar installation training. So we need to set fair goals for these processes. And I was talking to Beam yesterday that we need market system. Climate change, we've been working in isolation. To make it sustainable, we need markets. We don't have any solar market at the moment in Pakistan, but we have a good transition at the moment in Pakistan. So market structure is important because we mostly import all the solar panels from across the world, which is not sustainable because we need a lot of foreign exchange reserves for that, and we can't do it every year. So if we create a market, we train the people, we bring the informal economy into the formal economy, and it will create markets in the Pakistan. As being discussed earlier, the blended finance is very important. Where do you get the money for all these activity? The Beam put a good presentation on the blended finance. MDBs have a lot of capital, but they just can't go to the informal people, the micro people, the micro organizations. To target the micro organizations, you need domestic commercial banks. MDBs can, make networks with the domestic commercial banks. Domestic commercial banks have good access to the local market. They know every person individually. They know the repayment capacity of every business. They know the nature of every business in the locality. I think this is a lesson maybe in the blended finance, that how to add local domestic banks into the network with the MDBs. So here MDBs can increase the coverage, and they can also reduce the risk of default of the local, and if an informal economy, let's say an entrepreneur in an economy or a community of local people, they want to start a business, they can just approach to local bank, local commercial bank, and local commercial banks are always hesitant to give them money because the default risk is high, and they don't have incentive to invest in the social cause. They just want to maximize the profit. So MDBs can combine their cheaper finance with the local commercial bank finance. So overall cost of finance will reduce. The risk of the banks will reduce as well. So I think in that way we can increase the scale of the blended finance and also the reach to the community. And finally, my final point is everybody. It should be inclusive. In Pakistan, 22 political families own the country. So this is a fact. So we need to increase the scale to everybody. We need to engage with the government. We need to engage with the businessmen. We need to engage with the local and community leaders. We need to engage with the representatives from the informal sector. So it should be inclusive for everyone. Thank you.
Let's appreciate. Nigerian context, what would that look like? Which kind of financing would actually would make sense in your case?
Thank you very much. And again, let me thank PEP for the invitation. If we step back and look at the data, we know that Nigeria, just like many countries in Africa, has significant income poverty and energy poverty. And if you also look at the distribution of the energy poverty that we have, you also notice that there's inequality around the rural and urban areas. For instance, electrification rates in Nigeria, the rural area is about less than 30%. The urban area is maybe close to 70%. So you have significant, the point I'm trying to make is that there's significant energy poverty in the land. And therefore, you need support. You need this, this combo of finances, that will support to ensure that energy access is breached, and the energy poverty is addressed. Yes, I mean the points he made about Pakistan is also very relevant to what happens in Nigeria, in terms of how the multinational lenders can also help to leverage and reduce some of the the risk. Some of the sectors, so that, private capital can come in, investors can come in, and then also allow for affordability for those who are extremely very poor. Now, that has been very helpful. We've been using that in Nigeria. For example, we have this project that is called a new, Nigerian electricity project, and it's mainly financed by the World Bank, African Development Bank, and some other blended sort of finance, Some of the challenges that I think we have is maybe the scale of the problem is also very significant, okay? That, the impact that, this funding is having may not be sufficient to actually be able to, connect the dots, and get electricity to as many people that will need them. In order to boost their economic activities. But more importantly also, that point I also want to mention, is that access is different from affordability. Now, one of the things that I've seen is that while this, the interventions of the multilateral institutions and the other types of finance had allowed, expansion of, renewable energy, especially to rural areas, they were coming at a very high cost. Okay, I'll give you an example. In my village, which has been connected, disconnected from the grid. We used to be connected, but for over 10 years now we have been disconnected. And recently we had, through this embedded finance, we had a private developer that, brought solar, solar, mini grid to our area. Now you find out that what they are charging per unit is about 12 to 13 cents per kilowatt hour. Now that's very huge. That's very, very high. So you have a situation where you have access. There's that access, but a lot of people cannot afford that. Okay, so there must be a way of ensuring that in this mix of financing,
yes,
we are not just focusing on access, but we also try to provide some lifeline, budget for those who are critically very poor, who don't have those assets. I think that's one of the things that I thought we also need to do.
Yeah.
And the last point, which he also made, is that there are, and he also made that point in the earlier presentation. The women are not specifically considered. Everybody is treated equally, and we know that in Africa, the face of poverty is women and children. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so you have a situation where yes, you have some access, not everywhere. But then a lot of critical income groups, are excluded from, being able to benefit from the electricity.
Okay, great perspectives, and to see that the challenges are actually across board. And Elizabeth, KenGen has implemented a good number of renewable power projects, particularly in geothermal. We've seen you make great strides. How have you been financing this, and is there a buy-in and also partnership from the private sector?
Thank you very much, Gladys, and thank you, PEP and Jane, for inviting me. Well, let me step back on 2 points, and for the sake of the audience,
yes,
because then we saw that we got quite a number of visitors.
Yes.
KenGen is the national power generator. We develop our power projects and operate the same, and it is owned 70% by the government of Kenya, which then lends us to be able to access concessional funding from the development financial institutions. And in line with the discussion points this morning, we are mostly green energy driven. Just because the country is endowed with significant green energy resources, looking at geothermal, what Gladys has mentioned, and we have the hydros, we've got the wind, and I hope we know that Kenya lies on the equator and therefore enjoys good solar irradiation throughout the day, which means that we can tap into that resource quite significantly. Now, on the discussion point on how we have been financing it, and again stepping back to the fact that KenGen is owned by the government 70%, we have been able to access the concessional debt financing from the development financial institutions, and we work with most of them. Again, KenGen being owned by the government, we've got the mandate of ensuring that the cost of power remains affordable. And that's where the concessional funding comes in very, very handy for us, because we know the debt tenures from the DFIs is quite generous. We look at 15 years, some go all the way to 20, 25 years. What that means is that as a company that engages in multiple projects development, that eases the pressure on our balance sheet in terms of the cash outflow for debt service. The other point is, of course, the debt rates are very low. Comparing with the commercial lending, some of them go as low as 1%, 2%. And look at the Japanese. The others will go 3%, 2.5%. So if you take a look at our balance sheet, you'll see the weighted average cost of debt would just be around 3%. And what we also know is that the cost of debt, or the cost of capital, has a significant impact on the tariff rates, and especially for a government-owned company that is not entirely profit-driven. That then helps us meet our mandate of ensuring that the cost of power remains affordable. Mm-hmm. When you look at the DFIs, they also got a very generous grace period, which then enabled us to undertake project construction without the debt service, especially the debt repayment. And some of them are generous up to 5 years. That also makes it very easy for us, because then if you're engaging in multiple projects development, management of the cash outflow in the view of the fact that these infrastructure projects are very expensive, then that helps the company manage the cash outflow and the debt service. Overall, Gladys, the reason that KenGen is always famed in the country for having the cheapest source of power, the ability to access concessionally debt funding plays a very big role on that. Thank you.
All right, well said. And I think there's a lot to learn from what Kenya is doing. And just, Bim, I think all of them have touched on some of the things that you brought up in your presentation. And I'm just wondering, now that we know that blended finance is a de-risking instrument, how can we now literally upscale all the needs that there are and the gaps within the different countries?
Thank you. Before I answer that, maybe I'll just pick about 2 points I think you raised about the energy price, affordability. Because we have a case from Myanmar. So we have this small mini, not mini grid, it's just off-grid system. So then we had some survey, and then almost 40% household were not connected. And despite you having a power, it's 200 kilowatt kind of off-grid system. Then we did a survey. What came out from that? The tariff is so high. There's a big river, and other side you have a national grid. You pay like you are paying almost 8 times higher than what you pay, if you are connected to national grids. So despite there is a huge subsidy on this solar mini grid off-grid system, but still tariff is very high. So households are not being able to connect it. This is something we need to address. And the second one also, if you look at we are also encouraging some kind of clean cooking, because that's a whole issue. Unless you transit to the clean cooking, you are still putting a lot of pressure on the forest firewood, those kind of thing. No, that's becoming a very challenge because it also requires some kind of appliances. There is some very high initial capital cost. So that's the other challenge. Why these households are not connected. And the third one was also you have this mini off-grid system. People are only using the lighting in the evening. So whole day, the power is just wasted. So we really need to link that with the, more like a enterprise kind of side of it, how MSMEs can really promote it in these areas. So they are very connected. So I think blended finance basically, if I come back to your question, Gladys.
Yes.
So, if you look at the energy mitigation project, I think we are doing good there because the private sector understand, many of these mitigation projects because there is a clear return on the private investment. And sometimes, it might be risky, but we have this blended finance vehicle which is really catering those kind of issues there. But if you look at the climate adaptation, something Professor Simoni discussed this morning about the nature-based solutions, that's where we have biggest struggle. We haven't been able to attract, enough finance for the many adaptation or resilience type of project, because mostly they are public good, and you don't see, clear return on investment. So that's a big questions. And from IDRC perspective, what we are trying to do is that we're really trying to understand, if these projects are very risky, what are the ways, this project can be more attractive. So we also work with the impact investors. Basically, they are investors looking for creating the climate and social benefit, and we create the pipeline of the bankable project. Because again, I think something I discussed this morning, there's no supply of the adequate bankable projects. Particularly if we talk about the nature-based solution, a whole bunch of other projects which have very strong public good kind of characteristics. So I think we try to facilitate that, and you need to build this capacity. Capacity is a big issue.
Yes.
Because if you look at so many SMEs, there is interest. They want to transit, but at the same time, they don't know how to design their business model, to capture the climate, side of it. So we're really helping, these SMEs and come up with the business model, which combines, they are asking for the equity investment, but private sector need to understand. So I think there's a huge amount of capacity to be built. So overall, I think what I'm saying that, we are really good on the mitigation side. It's easy to fund, people easy to understand, and you see the clear return on the investment. But I think where we have a struggle is the more adaptation side.
Okay.
That's where I see, I think, blended finance can play a role. And we are actually, through the convergence, which is again, Canada-based blended finance network, we're really trying to facilitate that. More adaptation resilience, and also a lot of gender kind of side of it as well. How we really blended finance can be made more gender transformative. That's something we're working on. And that's where I think our efforts should be should be going on.
All right, and we'll be dwelling on that in a moment. Now, let me move the conversation forward. Adiola, you were involved in a project where PEP facilitated high-level policy dialogues on energy transition and the application of sustainability transition models in the global south. Now, you also even organized such a discussion in your country, Nigeria. So which are these most critical drivers for Africa's energy transition, and how can the continent balance rapid economic growth with sustainability and environmental protection? You can long press it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Again, I must thank for the invitation to be part of the project. We had this high-level meeting, as we said, in Nigeria, basically to consider the EU's perspective on the transition pathway, to look at how would Nigeria respond, what are Nigerians, plan also in terms of, achieving net zero by 2060. That's the target we have. And at that meeting, we brought in, various stakeholders on the government side. We have directors, we have permanent secretaries, we had commissioners and ministers. And what came out basically in terms of, Nigeria achieving, net zero by 2060, what are the critical drivers? There are quite a few of them. Like I said, it's very important to always look at, the data that we have. The data is that there's the continuous tension between driving growth, reducing poverty, creating jobs, and addressing climate change. Now, in some sense, we may say, they are not mutually exclusive. But to government workers, to very senior policymakers, some of them, depending on the ministries where they are coming from, actually, think differently. While you have those that support the importance of climate, green growth, there are those that feel strongly, and then the majority, that there's a need to actually address first issues around poverty and underdevelopment in the continent. Again, like I said, data is very important. In Nigeria, more than half of the population, does not have access to are poor, multidimensionally poor, or even income poor, and a significant proportion also have, are unemployed, especially the youths. So that tension will always be there. How do we ensure that we drive growth, and then use that as a way to address environment as a second order problem. The next thing that that I think is very important. So the first driver is growth. How do we drive growth in Africa? The second one is how do we also use? What do you do with the abundant energy resource that we have? You take the case of Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the, maybe the 9th or the 10th exporter of oil. We have our reserves, about 37 billion barrels of oil. We also have almost equivalent of that in natural gas. So we can't just abandon that. So people feel that, given that we have these huge natural resources, that it's very important that we find a way of ensuring that you utilize these resources, one, to drive your growth, connected to the first point, to generate employment, and also maybe eventually to also be able to, embark on the green energy, transition, to finance the infrastructure that we need, to finance the transition that we need. So there's a need, Nigeria feels that it's very important that, we use the resources that we have now. No matter what the West is doing or people are saying, that that's important, we give it a priority. The third thing that is also very important, driving growth, is the binding constraint of finance. The advanced economies promise that we are going to support, the transition. But we see that the amount of investment that is coming from whatever, the various sources that we've mentioned, Africa attracts less than 3% of new investments in, in the climate, in green energy. We have less than 3%. So the constraint is still very, very strong. Nigeria has a plan that by 2060, and that will mean to achieve that plan, Nigeria must be spending every year about $10 billion. Now, what is the budget of Nigeria for 2023, for 2025? The entire budget in terms of revenue is about $18 billion. So where do they allocate? We are using the $10 billion that we have to allocate to drive that. So that's not there. So we need support. The support must come, and from the West, okay, and given also that the sentiments that the Western, the advanced economies have actually pursued, policies that brought us to where we are today. That in terms of, the climate, global warming, okay. So that there's a need to actually be able to for them to support that. And then the next thing that I think also that is also very important, in drive, is that we need to also start addressing issues around what I would call population growth. Again, that was addressed. Population growth is extremely is quite high if you look at Nigeria and many African countries. But unfortunately, because of the political sensitivity of that, many African countries have been very resistant, in terms of driving, coming strong, to bend the population growth curve, so that that can reduce some of the emissions, that we generate. So the second point that which is, how do we balance both of them? Okay, the truth is that I feel strongly, and I've made this point severally, that for a very long period of time, Africa has seen itself as a hewer of wood. We supply crude to the rest of the world. We don't even use, we supply energy to the rest of the world. We don't use that to develop our economy. It's high time we transition from that. What brings about development and growth is not your energy production, it's your energy consumption. How much of the energy you're able to use to power your economy, to drive growth, and generate employment. So Africa must have to transition, and Nigeria has to do that, really. We are making that point, that we must now link the sector. Since 1958, we have been exporting oil. We're exporting gas. Electricity, we can't even supply electricity. In fact, we flare the gas. We can't supply electricity to 70% of our population. So that has to change. So we must find a way of coupling, energy production, with our growth. That's number one that I think is very important. Two is that the country is also very rich in areas of renewable energy. Okay, but like I said, that there's a need for the investment that's required to do that, and the support, the advanced economies, because unlike the fossil fuel that is located in a region, okay, the renewable energy in Nigeria is all over the country. We have solar irradiation all over the country. We have, hydro, all over the place. Micro hydro, pico hydro. These are all types of renewable energies that we can use to especially power development in the rural communities. Okay, so we need to have that investment. And finally, is that I also think that Nigeria and Africa must also start to plan to play, in the new energy technologies. Okay, in this outgoing carbon-dominated energy system, we were simply hewers of wood. We were supplied in West, the advanced economy, with crude oil. Now that people are moving to the new energy, the developed countries are asking, where do we have lithium? And we say, oh, we have lithium. Again, we want to give ourselves as those who will supply the raw materials. Africa must start playing, investing in R&D, investing in human capital development, so that we can start also developing those technologies and competing at that level. That is the way of the 21st century. That is the way that Africa can actually balance, energy transition with economic development. Thank you.
Very well said. Please, let's appreciate him. And Elizabeth, I have to say, I'm curious to know how you are being able to create this balance, so to speak. You work a lot with the communities around the projects that you are involved in. How have you been able to balance to ensure that whatever you're doing is actually being seen in the outcome of the communities around your projects?
Yeah, thank you, Gladys. That's a good question because you see, power plants don't exist in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at renewable energy, then you have to take the project where the source is. And in that source, you'll engage the local community. One of the challenges that I would say is, even in terms of development, let alone the operational phase, is getting the land. And if there is any one single aspect or risk that we have identified will stand in the way of renewable energy development and reaching successful financial close, is the land acquisition. And I don't know about the other jurisdictions, but in our country, land is very, very emotive. It's very hard to get land from the people. And more so for the sources of energies that are land dense, particularly wind and solar, where you have to get, significantly huge tracts of land to develop the same. So that's a challenge. We have navigated and successfully acquired some, but we also have quite a number, where we have had to abandon projects because then if people are, you see, it comes in two ways. You have to get the land and you have to resettle people.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're looking at the indigenous communities, it's very hard to get people off from where they were born, where they buried their grandmothers and their grandfathers. That's the only place that they know, even if you're promising them to take them elsewhere where it would be equally comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But there's that resistance. That's the only place that they know and they cannot relocate. So that's a huge challenge, and we have seen that challenge, especially with the development of the hydro projects, where you need significant amount of land to develop the dams. In Kenya, wind is a little bit better because then maybe a stroke of good luck, the wind resource is situated in areas that are vastly in the places, the northeastern part of Kenya, where the population density is also very low and the tracts of land are huge, so you won't have to deal with a lot of compensation and resettlement issues. But then again, especially for wind, is coming up with a model of coexisting. You don't have to really move people to develop the wind turbines, the wind farms. What we do is then, and the wind turbines are very spaced, and you have to space that so that you maximize the generation.
Mm-hmm.
Then you just lease the area where you're putting the wind turbine, and then you fence it off, and then you have to educate the community that if they are farmers, they can continue farming in other areas as long as they don't interfere with the wind tower. And if they're herders, then they can continue grazing their animals. But that's very intense community engagement and community awareness. Of course, they'll keep on coming back and start saying, since you put up this wind farm, the livestock, their cows are no longer giving birth because probably the wind turbines, as they blow the wind, they're interfering with the environment, or the crops have dried. But then again, you have to keep on engaging them through the local leadership. So it's hard. Again, even where we have successfully managed to acquire the land, we have to coexist with the community. So we have to roll out a very comprehensive CSR program, supporting the local communities, maybe with water, with schools, with dispensaries. And probably, if you ever get a chance to visit our Alkaria geothermal field, we'll be able to show you the extent of community engagement that we undertake to appease the communities, just building for them modern houses, a good school, a dispensary, churches, mosques, just to make sure that we continue to coexist. But now it has become a critical component of the project cost, because if you do not invest in the community, then it will become very hard for you to develop and continue operating that source of energy. Yeah.
All right. Okay, and I'm curious to know, how does that look like from the Pakistan point of view? Because we've talked about green colonialism and a lot of communities saying, okay, you're bringing these ideas, we see the importance of ensuring that we use renewable energy, but then again, no one is telling us what we need to do and how we need to do it. We're just being bulldozed around. How does that look like in Pakistan?
Sorry. In Pakistan, yeah, it's a big problem because we have a lot of coal energy in the energy mix, and to bring the, I think the starting point will be bring the SMEs into the circle, because small and medium enterprises, they represent 90%, more than 90% of all the enterprises in Pakistan. So and mostly they are engaged in every business, and they represent the informal economy as well. So most of the informal economy in Pakistan, they represent small and medium enterprises. And we need a good policy for SMEs, that how can government make businesses easier for SMEs in Pakistan, and particularly how it can bring the benefits to the localities. Because there need to be the first issue is with the financing issues, because in Pakistan we had a budget yesterday where the government of Pakistan announced the budget for Pakistan. It's $62.5 billion US. I'm just putting the facts. The subsidies and the exemptions that we provide to elites, that's $40 billion US. It's $26 billion US. It's a lot of money. So if we just reduce exemptions, that we provide to other communities, and provide fair business practices for everybody, because if you do not have a competitive environment, if you do not have fair business practices in the country, then it's hard to survive for the small and medium enterprises. And SMEs are very important for Pakistan, particularly in trade industries as well, and they rely a lot on the solar energy as well. We advise go for solar. You can carry a solar panel on your bike. You can't carry a solar wind on your bike. It's very easy for SME. In Pakistan, last year we see many people, two people sitting on bike. One was riding the bike, the other was carrying the solar panel. It's that easy. And you put solar panel at your home, you put solar panel on your small unit, and you just go with it. There's no electricity or nothing. So, because I'm telling that because we have a very, in Asia, we were making a comparison with recent developments in trade. We see that Pakistan compared to India and Vietnam and Bangladesh, Pakistan has the highest, tariff rates, electric tariff rates in the country. So energy prices are very, very expensive compared to other than the environmental issues. So there are competitive issues as well. We cannot compete with our trading partners due to we have expensive energy prices. So solar, on the other hand, is one-time investment. You just provide solars to informal communities, to informal economies. So they're really good to go. There is no electricity bill, and we have a net metering system in our country, that you connect your solar panel with the national electric grid. And if you produce the electricity which is larger than your need, you get refunded that money. So I think it's a win-win gain, and mostly the communities, in the formal sector, they are getting it a lot. But the problem is with the financing issues. At the moment they are getting finances with their own. They do not have a lot of the financing issue is another problem as well. If we look at the investment to deposit ratio for Pakistan, investment to deposit ratio is that how much commercial banks invest from the available deposits of the entire country. 98.6% of the entire deposit money goes to the government. Only 1.4% of all the commercial bank loans goes to rest of the country. So this is very alarming that if a country borrows 98.6% from commercial banks for its budgetary or any other expense, so it's it's just a lot of cost. So we need to divert those finances from the banks, from commercial banks, towards the businesses, towards the economy, and we need to channelize how can we divert that funds to informal economy for broader reach. Thank you.
Okay, and Beam, I'm curious to know, because clearly what I'm hearing is that the policy is very critical, essentially in ensuring that there's sort of a roadmap, in ensuring we're able to sustain the discussions we've been having here and implementing the same on the ground. Perhaps you can demonstrate to us how policymakers can shift from fossil fuels to green energy sources while ensuring inclusive growth.
Thank you. Yeah, that's something I was really thinking very hard in my mind. The first thing, I really would like to put this on the table. This transition is going to be not smooth. It's very bumpy. We have to understand that. Because I think, look at the, if you're going to close the, like a coal-fired power plant, you'll be losing the job, yeah? Because if you talk to South Africa, 100,000 people employed there. So it's not that smooth. So we really have to understand. I'm not against it. I'm really very supportive of it. But at the same time, we have to understand that this transition is going to be very bumpy, and there are a lot of work to be done. The first one is, if you look at our working kind of environment so far, policy kind of direction, they are very sectoral. Because our mining sector, because we are training a kind of sectoral kind of expert. So in most of the time, because these policies are not aligned, and they don't speak to each other, because we talk about our NDCs, our low carbon, our goal, our net zero ambition. But if you go to the Ministry of Finance, many people don't know what is the NDC about. It is only this, it sits right in the Ministry of Climate and Environment. So, I have seen there's a whole bunch of these examples. And we need more economy-wide thinking now. Because if we're really serious about this net zero transition, I think we have to change our mindset. Sector is still very important, where the action happens. But I think we really need to economy-wide intervention, aligning our macro and fiscal policy towards this, net zero or to transition goal. That's the major point I would like to highlight. And then, this morning we talk about a carbon market. Again, same problem, because if you look at the history of carbon market, even before Paris Agreement, like we used to have this, the CDM mechanism, clean development mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. And look at coming to your point, many of these projects happen in the marginal land, where poor people, used to derive their livelihood. There's a lot of displacement. So there were land grabbing by the private sectors. So these are, again, I think, very, very important issue. I think this should be a part of the transition. And finally, I think regulation, we support the, market-based kind of mechanism. That's very important. We need the private sector. But I think, there is a whole bunch of regulatory aspect of this as well. Let's bring the central banks. How they can facilitate the finance. Something I think all my fellow panelists has been highlighting this morning. Also, last 2 days, I think finance was big it was an elephant in the room. So I think that there is a whole bunch of regulatory kind of things we have to focus on. And by the way, the idea is, I think we have been working with this alliance of these central banks is called the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. How really central banks can facilitate low-cost financing for the SMEs moving toward this transition. So that's I think one area. And also I think Ministry of Finance, we have seen, so last, I have been going the COP last many years. My first COP was in 2007 in Bali. That time, we didn't have anyone from Ministry of Finance. But now I think we can see, a lot of finance ministers coming, and kind of engaging, in this kind of discussion. So again, I think there's a long way to go. Really, we have to merge, There's no climate and there's no development anymore. Right? This is about, climate resilient development now. So there is no development of finance, there is no climate finance. But in my view, I think every finance has to be climate finance now.
Okay.
So that's what I think I really would like to put on the table.
All right.
Over to you.
Well said, well said. Let's appreciate him. And remember, there is an opportunity for you to engage with the panelists with your questions and comments. Any that we can take at this point? All right, excellent. I love the enthusiasm. So, do we have microphones on each of these tables? All right. As we prepare ourselves with that, I would like to throw a question to actually Elizabeth. Kenya is tabling its budget 2025-2026 tomorrow. Now that we're talking about policies and finance being Siamese twins, do we have a good chunk of that to support your work here in Kenya?
Yes, 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 because then you see, there's a budgeting and financing the budget. No reason your budget shouldn't be approved, but we've been having this discussion in the country on the fiscal consolidation. The thing is to balance the amount of debt that we are accumulating, but in a way that also ensures that the critical aspects of the development then gets financed. And there's not much argument about developing power in any country, because then you need power to support our popular better model. If there's no power in the country, it's not going to be realized. So our bargaining powers are usually high. But I just wanted to step back a little bit, if you allow me 1 minute, on the just transition, because that's also a debate for us as well, as much as we have the endowment of the renewable energy. Because then you see the impact of climate change then are not even across the people, and so are also the impacts of mitigating the effect of the greenhouses, such measures as switching off the fossil fuels, sources of energy. And in Kenya we've been switching off a little bit of that. And as much as I am fully converted that we must go green, I like to cause a little bit of trouble with the policymakers, even in our situation, and the financiers, because as an energy planner, as he has said the case of Nigeria, as an energy planner, I understand very well the complexities and the challenges of having the appropriate mix of power in the system to support a reliable power supply. And sometimes in countries in some countries, they do have challenges, because then you have to look at the sources of power and align the same with the needs of the system. It's not sufficient to just say we have sun, we've got solar plant. The fact is, and the wind, the fact is those are very intermittent sources of power. So you're not going to depend on them for your stable energy supply mix. In Kenya, we are lucky because we've got geothermal, which is green. And as soon as we prove the resource and we develop the power plants, and as soon as the reservoir is healthy, we can just switch it on and provide what we call the baseload power with minimal interruptions. There's a place for the hydro power plants, but we like to call them mid-merits. You don't want to depend on them a lot, because then what happens when the rains fails? And then your source of power then declines, and the demand is not declining. And that's why I like to cause a little bit of trouble, even in the Kenyan energy sector, by persuading the policymakers and the financiers to also consider a case for the transition fuels. They are not green, but they are cleaner. For example, the countries with natural gas, or even us who can import natural gas instead of the dirty diesel or the coals, because then that would be needed to stabilize the grid. And now that you've talked of the policy and the budget, I know I had been pushing the case for, consideration of the cleaner fuels. Probably we are not succeeding, but that would be an important conversation to have with the advocates of the 100% green energy, because we shall never ever argue that energy poverty, as he has pointed out, will ever or can ever be a viable climate action strategy.
Very well said, very well said. So to the questions, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Claude Sindogan I am from Benin, but PEP policy mentor. I have just want to say thanks for the panelists, providers clear information. And I have one question.
There are those
for
across the
Nigeria.
room that are saying they cannot see you. Could you please stand up? Thank you very much.
So should I sit?
No, we need to see you.
Okay. Now I have one question for my colleague from Nigeria. There are some good news or positive shock in Nigeria these 2-3 years. And I want to mention the new oil refining factory in Nigeria, which is a huge factory, which can cover even Nigeria needs and Africa needs and even abroad. And another new news I call positive shock is the selling of that oil in Naira. And the third shock is the removal of the subsidies of oil decided by the new government of Nigeria. How all this impact Nigeria economy, and especially, is it going to lead to investment to clean or renewable energy in Nigeria, since you have mentioned the problem facing the communities? Thank you.
Thank you. You've been able to capture that? Okay, hold on to that. Another question?
Talking points that are actually questions for the panelists. Thank you so much for touching on the informal sectors, energy transitions, and the blended finance. I do believe that when we are talking about the informal economy, we need to change the narrative. I really don't take easily the word informals. If our economy is 97% driven by the informal economy, the so-called, why do we keep calling them informals? Informal is from the perspective of the law. We should actually change the narrative and put them as semi-structures, because if you look at the definition of what it called as economics, in the definition of economics as agents, as long as they take decisions to consume, produce, and make investment, they are economic agents. They are part of our economy. If they are our baby, if even they are ugly, we should promote them. From that perspective, we are coming in as support and training to just show them the value of being formalized, because formalization comes with the cost. Either you are shrinking your margin of profits, being formalized, or you are actually just protecting your profit center. And if investors have to choose, either they are formalized and losing profit, or being informals and then making money, which one would they choose? They would be staying in informal economy that you call them. And from the law perspective, in Africa mostly, when people are fearing, tax systems, fiscal laws and policies, I think we should approach the informal sector with another mindset. I think that will actually really enable MDBs to change also their mindset and narrative of credit ratings, scores, but also risk perceptions. And I think also the other point last is in terms of transition to net zero. I do believe that moving forward to avoid riding on a bumpy road, countries in Africa need to develop their own transitions models to net zeros, because country-specific environments can actually say a lot about where are we heading, because the debate is there, reforming the international financial structures, but at the same time also, are we going to use our own resources to develop our economies, because we are less polluters around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I think that was a comment or two comments on what we've been discussing. I see a hand here. Don't we have anybody on the extreme? Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to wonder. Thank you. Allow me to pick on the lady first. I've had two gentlemen back to back. So do you have a microphone with you? Yes, I'm talking about you. Please stand and introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Jane Abafal.
We cannot see you.
Yeah, and
we need you to stand up. Thank you.
Thank you for the panelists. The debate is very important, In Senegal, we have a mixed method energy initiative initiated by the government and the private sector. But the private sector, that I remark, is for commercial sector only. But in the case of the latter, the private sector, they are hampered by a lack of community awareness of the benefit and promotion of their activities. And it's a lack of promotion. That's why community do not interest about that. Yeah, and I want to know how can we help them to find financial, and how can we engage community to support them for the growth of those activities. Yeah. And the last is for the government who have initiated to produce green energy, like green energy, like eolian, solar, and biogas. For the biogas, it's most developed in rural and peri-urban countries, area. And for this, people who make this technology is not as full developed. We have a limited development of technology. That's why the product of the technology, when we use les gousses de vache, comment on dit ça? Parce que ici au Kenya, ils ne parlent que l'anglais. Vraiment, on est exclus. Hein? Cow dung, yes, thank you, Belgium. Okay, we use cow dung, but when we use cow dung, after the process, the product is taken to, it will serve to give energy for women to cook or lighting. But when we took the result, we came to buy that in the economic, voilà. Ils utilisent ça en fait pour vendre ça. Donc c'est à titre pour avoir un profit, not pour les communautés ou bien pour les femmes. Alors que c'est elles qui sont derrière, qui produisent le produit, qui ramassent les gousses de vache, qui produisent ça, et après, parce que c'est un problème de rentabilité aussi, parce que ça ne produit pas assez d'énergie pour être utilisé comme moyen de source de consommation. Donc, ils utilisent ces résidus-là pour aller le vendre. Et bon, ce qu'ils donnent là ce qu'ils donnent comme revenu, ce n'est pas utilisé, ça ne revient pas aux femmes, mais ça revient aux hommes, parce que le marché est beaucoup plus, en fait, contrôlé par les hommes. Et ça amène des problèmes d'iniquité entre, voilà, les différents acteurs du secteur. Je ne sais pas si tu vois.
All right. Merci beaucoup. I have no translation to the rest of what you have said.
That last part.
Help
I
us
think
out.
that last part
Yes.
she mentioned was about, when the women use the cow dung
Yeah.
to produce also fuels, and then cooking also fuels. The market is not profitable to the woman, because when the market is being really structured, it benefits more the man than the woman, and it creates social inequity.
Okay, thank you. And did she specifically have the questions for any of the panelists or just to the panelists?
I think to all of them.
To all of them. Okay, then. So I will ask that you take
So
the...
I can take the community question. The communities are there, like, they are working, right? Even it's the formal sector or informal sector, they are working for us. The reason Pakistan survived the financial crisis 2008 because we had a very large informal sector. So we survived the financial crisis. Having informal sector is not a bad thing, You can't eliminate it, you know. They are there for a reason. It's not that they avoid taxes, they like to avoid taxes. They are for a reason. That we need to solve that problem, so they will you can reduce the size. You know, globally, more than 80% of the global enterprises are in an informal sector, you know. It's not just the local issue, it's a global issue. And we need to, and in case of Pakistan, the cost of regulations, you know, we have a lot of government office. You just need to build a construction, you need to visit dozens of offices. And sometimes you go, the officer is not there, and you need a lot of documentation, you know, a lot of cost. So we quantified the cost of regulation in Pakistan. I mentioned already, it's 58% of the GDP, the cost of regulation. It's enormous. If we simplify the rules for people, because if you are in the informal sector, you cannot access the public facilities, right? You cannot access the microfinance banks, you know. You cannot access the commercial banks because your business is not registered, you know. Your business cannot get insurance from the bank. Your business cannot get your car insured by the bank. So you are dealing with cash only, and your options are limited. And you and your family are insecure if your factory is burned overnight, you know. There is no insurance for your factory or your unit. So the informal sectors are paying a lot of cost being there in the informal economy. So I think it will be a win-win situation if the MDBs can, because the MDBs have a lot of experience from across the world, that how can we reduce the cost of being in informal sector by reducing the regulations, making them fair and equitable for everybody, so that we can support and help the informal sector to the formal sector for a better community where every child in the informal sector has access to the public sector education system, and every pregnant female in the informal economy has access to the public sector hospitals. Now, this is a cost they bear. So it will be a win-win situation if MDBs can support the government in reducing the regulations for everybody. So this is the cost informal sector pays, being in the informal sector. So this is the first question. The second question is about the cow dung, that the fear, it's not fair to female. Yeah. Like, I didn't work on gender. I think somebody else can take this question.
Okay, before we take that question, have we agreed on the synonym we can use instead of using informal sector?
I don't.
Okay, anyone? Yeah, you, exactly. So can we come up with can we think of another synonym? Perhaps we can christen this sector instead of calling it informal, considering the muscle power it has in the GDP. Bim?
Yeah, I think that's very, very interesting question. There are two actually, because one was on the, I think coming back to you, there was on the Africa focus just transition model. Yeah, so that's absolutely, because if you look at the South Africa, back in COP26, you know, we have this Just Energy Transition Partnership with South Africa. Mm-hmm. We talked so much about it, so much about the last 4 or 5 years, but we haven't seen much traction there. So right now, what we're thinking that we really need to conceptualize what just transition means from this continent. So right now, you know, I have been working with my dear colleague, Johannes Atela, just sitting there. He will be talking, I'm sure that he will be talking, you know, how we can really conceptualize what you know, this just transition kind of framework looks like for Africa. That's absolutely, I think we are really going to the direction, and I'm sure that the project will come up with something very soon. On the informal economy, you know, because we have been also part of this beyond GDP movement. If you look at the current GDP, how it's calculated, it's more like income. It doesn't capture the well-being and then, you know, degradation of natural capital, environment. So this year, we have this SNA, you know, System of National Accounting 2025. So they have decided to put, you know, two things there. One is the Islamic finance, because you have, you know, a whole bunch of Islamic finance there, and also the informal economy. So this is a good news. Hopefully, in next years or 2-3 years, our macroeconomic aggregates really capture, what informal economy is contributing to that. So this is a good news. So as part of that discussion, like just a few months back, so there's a good news for us, and I'm hopefully, we will be concretizing, how the informal sector is contributing to our economy.
Okay, so Elizabeth, help us out here. 2 things: buy-in from communities, what needs to be done to ensure this, and of course, how can we put on our gender lens when we're thinking about enabling these communities and even financing them by ensuring that there's inclusivity when we talk about just renewable energy?
Well, thank you, Gladys. And as I said, community investment has to be part of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And we just don't sit in the capital city and scope what the community might need. What we actually do is we go to the community through, of course, the local leaders, and we take their priorities areas, because it's very easy to decide, oh, maybe they need what, or they need. But when you go back to them, then you identify a development plan for them, with them together. That ensures that there is buy-in upfront. Mm-hmm. Now, the gender issue is always very sensitive, especially when you're looking at the indigenous community, because then we all know that the female gender is not regarded as equal anywhere, and it's even worse when you're looking at the indigenous community. So you must have an affirmative action upfront that we push through. And whatever we are doing for the community, we must see that the women and the girls are in it. And that forms part of the financing plan. So for me, I would say the key is engagement with the community. Do not make any assumptions, but talk to them. And even when you're talking to them, have your plan, and especially on how you're going to empower the gender, the women and the girls. Mm-hmm. If it is a case of building schools in some of those marginalized community, then can we have the girls in the boarding school, because then they tend to be left out as they look after the younger siblings or as they help their mothers with the chores. Mm-hmm. And we see that the boys are able to attend the schools better. So if you have the girls as part of the boarding school program, then we are able to ensure that, we are carrying the girls, along. Mm-hmm. I wanted to venture into the debate of the informal sector.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yes.
Just a small one. On a lighter note, maybe you can adopt our style. In Kenya, we call it the jua kali sector. It's a Swahili word for is it tough sun or very, very tough sun?
Hot sun.
But yes, as far as the policy discussion that I'm aware of is more on the tax. How to bring this jua kali or in the informal sector into the tax bracket as we broaden our tax measures, because that's where the money is.
Mm. Okay, let's hear from Nigeria. You had 2 questions that were targeted to you before we take some more questions.
Yeah, Claude, thank you very much. You asked about the Dangote refinery. That's the largest single train refinery in the world. It's 650,000 barrels per day capacity. Now, that has changed a whole lot of things in Nigeria. Before now, we are huge importers of refined products. Almost 30% of our foreign exchange was spent on importing refined products. But now that is almost over, okay? So that is going to save a whole lot of foreign exchange for the country. It's going to help our balance sheet, and it's also going to help the value of the naira. So that's, and that's also creating a whole lot of competition in the domestic product market. The naira for oil, crude oil, excellent proposition. Again, a few weeks ago, I was addressing the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank. And that's part of channeling, linking your economy, your oil sector with the economy, okay? Because the crude oil producers are not happy. They want to sell and get dollars, okay? But that has implications for the foreign exchange market. It has implications for the stability of the exchange rate. The president has insisted now that crude oil to the Dangote refineries and any other domestic refinery should be in naira. So that will stabilize the exchange rate, and that will also help to develop the domestic, economy. The last one, which is very important in my view, was that 2 years ago, the president announced the removal of fuel subsidy I mean, I've been campaigning for that for over 30 years. I'm very happy with it. Now, that has changed, the energy mix in the country. It's an unintended effect. You see, when you subsidize one of the energy products, okay, what you are trying to do, you are going to promote intensive use of that resource and make the other ones uncompetitive. Now that the price of fuel has been deregulated, now almost all the products are on level playing field. So you don't see a lot of penetration of renewable energy, solar home systems in the commercial sector and homes. So a whole lot of unintended effects. But that's what is happening now, that the uptake of solar system in the country has gone up because it's not very competitive with the fuel, with the fossil fuel.
All right, thank you. So we have 5 minutes to close this discussion. Any more questions? I'll start off with you. Already answered? Okay. You'll pass for now? Okay. All right. I see a hand there and one last one at the far end. Do you have a microphone next to you? Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Gladys, and to our distinguished panelists for the great insights. My name is Johannes Satella. I'm the director of the Africa Research and Impact Network, and we work with BEAM and the IDRC and a number of partners here on issues of just transition. I have 2 comments. One is just to reinforce the debate around informality. There's a paper which has just come out. I'll share this with the people, which is basically arguing that informality is actually a very critical component of resilience building. So a huge population of vulnerable communities are actually surviving or are more resilient because of informality. So rethinking, informality in the face of vulnerabilities and of course in the face of just transition is very critical. Number 2, my question goes to Elizabeth. I like what you do with the communities because that's what we really need. When we talk about just transition, we are not just talking about the theories in the air, but how do we make it practical on the ground so that we are able to learn lessons and be able to progress. I want to know, in terms of the way you engage with the communities, what is their perception? Are they perceiving the kinds of projects that you bring to them as just normal developmental projects, or are they having some understanding around the justice that they deserve with regards to those investments? Because I think lack of awareness or understanding around what just transition is one of the most, one of the biggest challenges that we face in terms of attempts to operationalize just transition. So I would like to really know how they perceive these kind of interventions so that the aspect of justice is actually embedded in the actions. Thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth, you can take that. The question from the far end.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Good afternoon. Kindly stand.
No problem.
Thank
My name is
you.
David Mondorf. I work for UNHCR in the Regional Office for East Africa. Thank you for having me. My question is also to Elizabeth, if that's okay.
Okay.
I was just wondering about your view on refugee hosting areas here in Kenya, and if you have the feeling that this is seen at all as a business case or not. Also, in light of what you presented earlier around the blended finance and the access. Currently, we have some developments in light of Shirika, plans to turn the 2 refugee hosting sites into municipalities here in Kenya, more than 700,000 refugees hosted there. And I was just wondering about your perception of the interest and risk appetite also in your discussions with the different investors as part of a blended finance model that you have shared earlier. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to take that, or can we leave that to Beam? I think Beam can take the... All right, yes.
Okay, so I will be helped with the refugee hosting areas because we've not ventured into that as yet. on the perception, you know, one of the things that we must appreciate of the Kenyan community, we somehow got very enlightened. So even if they are far away, they are enlightened because then probably their political representatives educate them. But what I know for a fact is that they are not ignorant. So if you, and when you see, as a government-owned agency, then we follow, you know, the rule book. And when you engage with the development financial institutions, they have specific policies on how you engage, especially the indigenous community. For example, we are looking at a wind farm in the Marsabit area. It's quite far. I don't want to call it remote because it's a nice area, but we call that as indigenous community. So as far as development financial institutions are concerned, we have to do what they call the FPIC, that is a prior informed consent. And this is where we have to go household per household. Good luck, it's very sparsely populated, so we are able to engage each household, and we have to educate them on the project. Now, whenever we scope a project, it has to be aligned with the justice. I mean, you just don't go occupy people's land. They are generous, they listen to you, but what are you giving them back in return? And in that way, then we ensure that the development is fair to the hosting community. And that is where we engage them on their needs, instead of dictating to them what their needs should be or would be. So yes, they are enlightened, and even they start advocating for, you're coming to build a power plant in our community, you have to ensure that you also give us that power. And when we are not able to give them the power, because then, you know, there's a whole lot of discussion on how you distribute power. You have to have the critical number, otherwise it will not be viable. Then we have to give them the distributed power, either in the form of household solar panels or the clean cooking, but we ensure that they can also see that there is some power around their community.
Okay. So in the case of refugee areas, do we want to?
Yeah, just very quickly, because you know, my honest kind of response would be this is a little long shot for the blended finance to be applied to some of the humanitarian type of kind of issues. But I think if you look at the more like a disaster financing and the humanitarian kind of financing, that's where I think most of the things has been supported so far. But again, I think coming back to your point, I think if we really can develop some kind of entrepreneurship, there are some of those areas which might make a business sense for the private sector to come in, really kind of complementing with the public and philanthropy finance. So I haven't seen, because last 2 years, I have been going through different kind of blended finance kind of models. So far, it's mostly on the energy, is a huge, and we have some more like climate resilience, energy, nature-based solution type of project, but not really too much on the, on this kind of, more humanitarian, refugee kind of side of it. But again, I think it's still, we are not there. But at the same time, I think something I mentioned this morning, because they are very aware of the gender dimension, how I think blended finance can be more inclusive. So I think that we are moving that direction. Hopefully at some point, I think blended finance can also be kind of, applied there. But right now it's more like a disaster and humanitarian type of side, I think. Red Cross or any other philanthropic finance, that's going to be, playing the critical role there.
Fantastic. Thank you. Let's appreciate the panelists this afternoon. And I think to just put it in a short form, the key takeaways from what I've heard over and over again, and even from the session in the morning, is financing and implementing green energy in the global south faces unique challenges, including insufficient investment, reliance on global north for technology and complex regulatory landscapes. And I think we need to also talk more about leveraging on the technological solutions, because with the reality of AI and all that, we need to see what else can be done to leverage on the same. And of course, these challenges are exacerbated by infrastructure limitations, capacity gaps, and the need for innovative financing models. And there is also a need to own our own, and in this case, Global South, our own financial solutions, even as we leverage on the support of the Global South. I think these are critical pointers going forward, even as we focus on what needs to be done to actually ensure that there is financing for the implementation of green energy infrastructure, and this is definitely in relation to the uniqueness of the Global South. So again, we appreciate you as our panelists, first panel of the day. Please let's appreciate them one more time. Mohammed Zashan, Adiola Adeni Kinju, Bim Adikari, and Elizabeth Jenga. Time for a lunch break. This will be an hour long. And when we come back, there will be another panel discussion, this time focusing on towards a just green transition, integrating national realities and inclusivity. And I think this has been touched on, and we'll delve further on the same in our panel discussion. Ready your questions, and of course, even as you network, get to know the players in these different fields and how you can also partner on the same. So we get back here at 2 o'clock sharp. There is a photograph we need to make. I think let me hand this over to Michael.
Also, thanks to our very fantastic moderator.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Karibu sana. Asanteni.
Yeah, we are going to have a photograph taken outside the room, and then lunch is served upstairs at the restaurant at the ground level. Then we are going to receive our meal cards just outside by the registration desk. Please enjoy your lunch.
Good. Okay. Any indication? Did you have a good time? A good time of swallowship and fellowship? All right, all right, all right. So, welcome back to this session. And remember, I told you, you keep at the back of your mind as we're having these conversations that we are part of a solution. So, if you're not here in the morning session, perhaps you can be recruited by your neighbor. Just high five them, tell them, I'm glad to be part of a solution. High five. High five, high five, high five. No one to high five? We're waving at each other now. Okay, yeah. Glad to be part of a solution. So again, welcome back to the PEP 2025 Annual Policy Conference. This policy conference, as you see, is set aside to actually address financing and inclusivity in green energy transitioning in the Global South. We had such an amazing conversation in the morning in the first policy panel that really brought to the fore the challenges in financing and implementing green energy infrastructure unique to the Global South. A lot. I'm really encouraged by even how we're able to engage the panelists and how they were also able to engage with the subject matter. It could be a bit technical if this is not your forte, but we are all in this together because we're living in a world that we can see grappling with the effects of climate change. So, a very encouraging morning. So looking forward to this afternoon, even as we look into the second panel. This one will be discussing and looking at towards a just green transition, integrating national realities and inclusivity. And this one will be piggybacking from what we had in the morning. So very crucial. So let's engage even as we did, like we did in the morning. And also remember, your questions are very, very welcome. You can write them down. You can take the microphone and also pose them to the panelists even as we engage them on the subject matter. But before we get to it, I'd like to engage you on something and see how much we are invested in this conversation. So just allow me for 2 minutes. We all know about the renewable energies, yeah? We do? Okay. One of them is solar. The other one? Uh-huh. 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 Keep going, brother. Anybody else who's going to help him? Hydro, excellent, excellent. So I'm going to challenge you to do this. Out of those 5, I want you to take one of the powers. Tell me which one you'd want to be and why, if given a chance. You know the power they have, you know how much they generate to the economy, you know how much they impact the communities that actually use them. So let's see how much you can engage with these conversations from that perspective. So I'll start here. Johannes, what would you like to be? Given a chance, which of these powers would you be?
Wind.
Wind? Yes. Okay, and why?
Because it's...
Use the microphone so that we hear you.
Yeah, because wind is very flexible, adaptive, and can move around. Yeah.
Or you love the fact you like being free.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
we hear you. We hear you. Let's appreciate him. Somebody else. Hydropower. Anybody? Let's share with our neighbors.
Hello, Agnes from Burkina Faso. Me, I like solar energy.
Why?
Because Burkina Faso has a high potential in terms of solar energy.
See, we are learning even as we go along. Let's appreciate her. Anybody in the middle? Anybody? Anybody? Yes.
Ethiopia, so as a country, we do have a huge source of water reserves, so we prefer hydropower. And now as a country, we are constructing many dams to generate hydropower, so I prefer hydropower. Yeah.
Okay, and they say water is the most strongest of them all, actually, right? Okay, good. Let's appreciate him, please. Anybody else at the far end? There's still a lot to take up. Hey, my social table. All of a sudden, we're not being heard. All right, I'm walking towards you. Please take the microphone. Somebody, what would you like to be? her the mic. Yes. No, it's all right. You can, this table. I'd like to hear from our social center. Which of the renewable energies would you want to be given a choice? Water, hydro, and the list goes on. Solar, wind, which one?
I'd like to be water.
Why water?
Because water is the source of life.
All right. Okay, says who? Says who?
Says the Lord.
All right, man to that, brother. Yes, yes.
I like to be sun because it's plenty.
These guys are saying they can't see you. They don't know who's talking.
Oh.
You can stand up, please. Thank you very much.
If I have a choice, I would choose sun because it's plenty. Then you don't have to build dams. And yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
It's free. It's free.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
yeah.
It is. Which country are you from?
Now based in Canada.
All right. Do you have plenty of sun?
No, unfortunately not. That's why I said if I have a choice.
If you had a choice. I hear you. I hear you.
Right?
We take a lot for granted as who fall right where the equator is at, right? Now I see the guy seated at the end. Yes, the gentleman with the hat. I would like to hear your voice. In your wisdom, which of these would you want to be?
Water, because it has multiple uses, including a source of energy and other familiar uses.
All right, let's appreciate him. It's interesting, you just came from having lunch, you've been fueled. Let us have some bit of oomph. Let's appreciate each other, even as we engage with the subject matter. And at this point, let me introduce our second panel. And this one, again, will take an hour, just as we had discussed, and 30 minutes of Q&A. But as you saw in the first panel, we'll be oscillating between the questions and the conversation so that we can ensure that we engage each other fully and also make use of our time well. So to start us off, one of the panelists is Sim Sok Cheng. He's a senior research fellow and director at the Center for Policy Research in Agriculture and Rural Development at the Cambodia Development Research Institute. He is a PhD candidate and has extensive experience in conducting research on agriculture and economic development and in program impact evaluation. Please, let's appreciate him. Joining him on the podium, Aisha Nanyiti. Please, let's appreciate her. Is a lecturer at the Department of Policy, Development and Economics at the Makerere University, Uganda, and a PEP researcher. She has a PhD in Development Economics, and her research interests include labor, credit, and insurance markets, energy, gender, and development. Please, let's appreciate her. Johannes Teller is the next panelist. Let's appreciate him. He's the Executive Director at the African Research Impact Network. He holds a PhD in Environment and Development and brings over 15 years of experience in research and providing technical support to African governments in natural resource management, climate change mitigation, and adaptation and knowledge management. Tafadhali, let's appreciate him. Last but not least, Anne Kingiri is a Principal Research Fellow and Director of Research and Innovation at Africa Center for Technology Studies. She holds a PhD in Development Policy and Practice, and her current research focuses on science, technology, and innovation, SDI policy, and inclusive development in the context of Africa. Let's appreciate her. I think we can do better. A better round of applause. Thank you very much. So at this point, I'm wondering if I need to put a PhD next to my name. So many PhDs here. But hey, great to have you. Great to have you. So we'll start off with Cambodia. And there was a lot of conversations around MSME, MSMEs, yes, if you were to call, MSEs, and the importance of actually leveraging them in this conversation. And of course, agriculture is the one place that we really need to incentivize a lot of these to ensure that we can reap the benefits of renewable energy. So even as we're having this conversation, let's understand how Cambodia leverages carbon credit mechanisms to incentivize low carbon agricultural practices. At long press? You can long press it. Yes, there.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody, colleagues. It's a great honor to be here to discuss the Just Green, toward Just Green, and I would like to share some experience about Cambodians, how we use the carbon credit mechanism in order to drive the low carbon in agriculture to more greens. And you know that in Cambodia we are agriculture countries, and almost 2/3 of the population live in rural area. We have agriculture as the backbone of economy and food security, but this backbone is now under constraint because we have climate change that is not far threatened anymore. It's coming now, disturbing our season. We have season change. We have soil destructions. Our farmer livelihood changing. So it's very critical. So that we need a solution to this. And at the meantime, as we discussed this morning, there's a new trend of trade in the global change, especially the new regulation like from EU, we talk about CBAMs, and it affects Cambodia. If I think we heard that in the futures they will also input that restriction on agriculture export, and we export a lot to EU, especially rice, and it might affect our rice production if we don't decarbonize our agricultural value chain. So this is very important that we need to tackle this decarbon in agriculture. But there's within the challenge we see the opportunity. Like in Cambodia, we have a government have the ambition to carbon neutrality in 2050. And within that, they aim to reduce around half of the carbon emission in agriculture. If we calculate into the number, it's around 50 megatons by 2050. So it's a huge amount of carbon that we target to reduce. And I need to say.
Yes, you can reference to your dates. It's okay.
Okay, sorry. So carbon credit mechanism is supposed to be a promising mechanism to try this achievement for Cambodia. So carbon credit can provide farmer with incentive to adapt to climate smart agriculture. So smart agriculture like conservative agriculture, biochar, and AWD, the alternative weighting and drivings. And at the same time, it's also generate revenue for farmer. In Cambodia, carbon credit is not used. We have been doing the carbon credit, I think almost 20 years now, but in the forest sector. So we have a few projects in the forest that absorb the carbons. We call RED Plus, and up till now we absorb around, I think more than each project absorb around more than 20 megaton of carbon dioxide. So, but in agriculture, we just see the new momentums. They are starting new initiatives from private sector. One of the initiatives is by the rice export company and they're working with the Japanese green carbons company to pilot regenerative rice farming in around 30,000 hectares of lands, and they target to expand it into almost 100,000 hectares and around 1 million tons of carbon to reduce by 2029. And beside that, we have a different company like from Korea. They're working on AWD in some province. Company from Malaysia. They also working on the biochar. And if we calculate, if we scale up this practice into the whole country, we have 3 million hectares of rice production land. And if we do the calculation, we can observe around 4 megatons of carbon annually. So it's around 30% of the carbon absorbed from that emit from rice production in Cambodia. You know that rice production in Cambodia is a huge one, and it concentrates around 70% of the carbon emission in agriculture sector. But even we have this kind of plan and piloting, in 2023, we only reached target around 1% of the carbon emission in our plans. So this is very important that we need to work together with stakeholders, to different stakeholders like government, private sector, and donors to address the issue.
Okay, you talked about 1%. What are these key barriers and opportunities for integrating low carbon technologies in Cambodia's agricultural value chain?
So right now we have different players that work differently. For example, government, they're still in the progress of developing framework for this carbon credit market, and they are still limited in like carbon credit registration, transparency, and farmer trust. And within that, also in the private sector, we have separately, they do it separately. So we have small and large private sector, but they are not doing, they do it separately, so it's not a scaling up like countrywide production. And we also have some player like development partners that also provides this project, like for example, the green climate funding. They fund around 42 million of project in climate resilience in the rice production areas in Cambodia. So the main issue in this challenge is to, you know that in order to you work if you want to introduce carbon changing the practice in agriculture. You know that there's a lot of people, farmers, millions of farmers. You need to work a lot with that farmer. So this is one of the issue that we are facing. And another issue is because this kind of investment is very uncertainty, and there's a limited investment private sector that invests in these areas. And also, even we invest in that, farmer, they're not likely to earn this income in like 1 or 2 years. Take time for them to get from this system thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and perhaps still holding the microphone, let's talk about the 1% take and these farmers. Rice is such a huge driver of the Vietnamese GDP. Cambodia, sorry. What is the buy-in? How does the buy-in look like? Because if rice is such a big lender to your GDP, then do the farmers understand the importance of buying into just renewable energy and transitioning into the same? Do you see the value in the future for them?
So, farmer like they are traditionally come from rice farmers, so they most likely doing the traditional farming, and they eat rice, so they really value rice. But if you want to change that way of doing, it's kind of hard, difficult.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
All right, and what is being put in place to perhaps them understand the value of the same?
So right now, Ministry of Agriculture, they doing two priority work is to dispatch commune extension worker in each communes, and another one they develop the modern agriculture cooperatives in order to promote, to provide more knowledge to farmer. And I give one example of the successful case that lead by private sector, because one of the rice export company, they export to EU, so they have a very strict regulation from EU. So normally they develop their own farmer cooperative. So they own a number of cooperative, and then they provide the same standard, what kind of seed that the buyer wants, what kind of technology or practice that they should do in order to meet with the requirement from the export country. That is one of the, I think it is the successful case that we see how we can introduce new technology, new practice for farmers so that they can adapt to this change. Yeah.
All right, let's appreciate him. And I'm curious to know, from Uganda's point of view, I mean, here in Kenya we say it's the land of matoke, very good agricultural land. In your context, what are you doing and how can it be scaled up or done better for the benefit of the farmers and, of course, generally for the country?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. So basically what we've been working on is promoting low carbon agricultural technologies among smallholder farmers, and these are the majority in Uganda, and they contribute a lot to the agriculture sector. But when you look at them, their income flows are quite low, and they own the land, and in Uganda land is sensitive, it's no-go area. So for any transition, you need to have them in the picture. So what our project has been promoting low carbon agriculture technologies, and during our diagnostic analysis, we found that information is the key problem, and so we sought to test awareness, providing information to the farmers on low carbon technologies. How can that improve the uptake? And so when we, learning from our field activities, when we went to the field, the farmers were so enthusiastic about these technologies. They're excited, they asked a lot of questions, they appreciated our workshops, because from the workshops they learned about new technologies that they never even imagined, and they were asking lots of questions about those technologies. They asked questions about coffee roasters, maize shellers, bean shellers, and these are machines that take off the seed from the corn. They were asking about feed mixers, silage cutters, irrigation pumps as well, a lot of questions on that. So for solar, they like it because if you have a solar product, then maybe you don't need to pay a lot from variable cost from the out of pocket in terms of fuel and whatever. But the problem with they're experiencing so far, and they also asked questions a lot about it, is that the products may not be of good quality, and farmers have suffered with some systems, simple systems of solar, like even the solar home system for lighting. So they invest in it and they are using it, but the system breaks down and they have nowhere to go to. So that is a big setback for solar, but they're excited about the offer it makes, and they're also concerned about the climate change. So if solar can bring a win-win situation in terms of variable cost and also for the environment, because now the climate change is evident to the farmers. They see a lot of dry spells, and these affect them really highly. Okay. And so, but then, as you may be aware, the farmers, for the smallholder farmers, information could be one step towards facilitating the transition. There are other pertinent problems or barriers, and farmers were asking a lot of questions about these, like the financing for the low carbon technologies. And so they were asking if they can acquire the technologies on installments, if they can acquire the technologies on credit with, of course, generous rates, if they can acquire, if there are also some subsidies, and even also some talked about donating the technologies to them. And so the problem with, there could be some financing schemes available in the market, also from government, but there are still other pertinent barriers within also those financing schemes. So for instance, in the Ministry of Energy, through its, one of its projects, they have a subsidy. So they are promoting low carbon technologies. So if farmers or any user wants to acquire a solar irrigation pump, they can go to the farms the government is working with, and then the government can pay 60%, and then the farmer can pay 40%. But as they set on that journey, they find that they have to pay 200,000 shillings upfront as inspection fees. And while the inspection is good for the farm to know which pump will work well for the particular farmer, but the farmer doesn't see it that way. They see, okay, now these are people from Kampala and they have just started like taking advantage of the mistrust is too much. Yes. So the 200 is a barrier, and so you start thinking, okay, is it feasible to finance the subsidy of 60%, or it is first we start with averting this 200 barrier kind of cost. And of course we haven't tested that, we have only so far tested the information. So then another barrier could be the farmers were concerned about the maintenance of the technologies. So, and so far the SMEs we are working with have good strategy for maintenance. And however, what is related to that is also a big hindrance, is that the farms lack upcountry sales points. So the farms they are in Kampala, and the farmers are deep in the villages. And so that means the farmers have to incur transport costs to Kampala. And Kampala is, when they leave their locality, they don't feel in control anymore. They like, okay, they will be taken advantage of. So they are only willing to move as far as their upcountry district towns. And the farms don't have sales points there. When they are to buy the technology, they want to interact with the technology, touch it, feel it, ask questions, and so far the arrangement doesn't allow that. So the farms can also maintaining an upcountry sales point is expensive. So the farms may need to be supported. So maybe a potential intervention would be to support the farmers, that the farms set up upcountry sales points in terms of averting some of the rent costs and maybe the utility costs. Then also farmers don't like experimenting on themselves. So they are making a huge investment acquiring this technology, and it is expensive first of all. And we've also seen this with other low carbon technologies or other energy technologies like LPG. So in one of the projects we ran, if the neighbors see you having the technology and it's working out well for you, they will acquire the technology. Then the issue will be the refill, but that's another topic altogether. But they learn from the person using the technology, and then they also acquire it. And we think it's also relevant for this low carbon technology, agriculture technologies, because they're also expensive. So another intervention could be to support the learning. Maybe some farmers use the technology and then others learn from them, and then yeah, we see how that works out, but we haven't tested that. Okay, so, and then another thing, I don't know if you, okay, let me just talk about it now. So, about the farms, what the farms can put on table. The SMEs, the low cultural technologies, what they can put on table. And it's not much, because for them they are business oriented. So they can participate in awareness sessions if they are funded. They can do the innovation if you fund the prototype. They can also be encouraged to set up their country sales points if there are some incentives. So for them, it's business as usual. And for farmers, if they are not supported, they have very few opportunities to offer to private SMEs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very well said. Please, let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her. Johannes, I hear the need for infrastructure, the need for technology, the need for structures, systems that will actually sustain this uptake of just green energy transition. And of course, capacity building, because it's a monkey see, monkey do world where it is crucial, especially in such a sensitive sector. If I see it's working for my neighbor, then I'll take it up because I do not want to put my investment at risk. From your research and perhaps just your experience, finance at the end of the day is such an impediment to this. How do we turn around this for such an enthusiastic population that is ready to move a step forward but is being impeded by such a huge, huge bump?
Yeah, thank you so much, Gladys. I'll draw some insights from a study we are doing on operationalizing just transition in Africa, funded by IDRC. I think Bim mentioned about it. When we talk about financing, the first question we need to ask ourselves is, financing what? And that brings me to the second point around what just transition means. What are the pathways that can then guide decisions with regards to financing? You see, for a long time, just transition has not been properly understood. And most people, stakeholders, including researchers and policymakers, often see that green transition in itself is just transition, which is not the case. It is about justice in the transition. If we are adopting renewable energy from fossil fuels, where is the justice located? And until we understand the position of justice in the transition, then even the question of financing becomes an issue. So let me just mention that from the work we are doing, just to help us also understand a bit in this, in terms of clarity with regards to finance, the work we are doing, we have actually, we are focusing on Kenya and South Africa. We have identified a number of pathways that can help us operationalize just transition, including financing. There are 5 pathways on just transition. 2 of these pathways are input pathways. The first pathway is the policy pathway, which is the input in terms of the policy direction. When we talk about just transition today, it is a product of the global policy processes. In terms of that, if you reflect on that, where Africa is doing very well with the policies. And then there's a lot. If you look at South Africa, they have just transition strategy. Kenya, all these countries have policies on that. The second input pathway is the technology transition, where we see the transition from the so-called dirty energy, the fossil fuels, into the renewable energy. But thinking about that, where is Africa in that technology transition? So that we talk about financing. In the technology transition, Africa, in most African countries, Kenya, South Africa, are not doing very well, because a lot of the technologies are not homegrown. They're actually imported from elsewhere. So when we talk about solar panels, when we talk about, even when we have the resources like the wind and the hydropower, we still import a lot of skills to be able to operationalize those technologies. Again, as a people, as Africa, we have to question ourselves. In the technology transition, where are we? Now, the last three pathways are actually outcomes. And this is where also justice lies. The other pathway is market transition, where we see a lot of changes in market perspectives, a lot of subsidies on the emerging green technologies. We have new payment instruments like pay-as-you-go, for instance, the solar system. But again, in that space of market and financing, where is Africa? The input or the investment in these technologies from Africa, Africa has really very low capital investments in these technologies. So even the market is hugely controlled from outside. And so when my sister talk about people from Kampala who are basically seen as taking advantage of the local communities, it's actually not the people from Kampala. It's the international market system that are pushing these particular people, and then we have those tensions at the practical level. So again, the big question is, where is Africa? Where do we want to be? Where is Kenya? Where is Nigeria, South Africa, in that market transition? The next pathway is what we call the ecological transition. And this is very important because then when we have transitions in technologies and other transitions, we have implications on the ecology. And in this case, when we talk about climate change, we are talking about carbon footprints, we are talking about environmental conservation, we are talking about waste management. In the transition, to what extent is the ecological sort of outcomes playing out? There has been a lot of concerns in terms of e-wastes with regard to the solar panels. There has been concerns with regards to stranded assets in the transition. Where is our position as Africa with regards to that? And the final pathway, which I think is very critical when we look at justice, is the social transition. You know, justice is a social construct. It's not a technical construct. And so we need to understand in the transition, what is the social situation? We have people losing jobs, or do we have people gaining jobs? Do we have some gender groups being discriminated against, or do we have a more inclusive gender integration system in the transition? So that is a very important point, and it is at that point where justice then comes in. Now, when you talk about financing, the big question then I put across is, where do we want, because all these pathways are interconnected, where do Africa, where our countries want to focus on? Because we cannot pursue all these pathways. If we try to pursue all these pathways with the same amount of vigor, then we lose our strategic positionality. So it's upon the stakeholders, including people in this room, to think about which is the most strategic entry point in the just transition agenda. Is it the technology? Is it the market? Is it the emphasis on the social perspectives? Is it the ecological? Or is it the policy? Mm-hmm. We are doing well in policy. The others we need to think about. Thank you.
Interesting. Please, let's appreciate him. And at this point, I'm very curious to know what Anne thinks about all this and what your add-on would be.
I think Johannes has, thank you, Gladys. Johannes has actually stopped where I would want to start.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk about a project which is now coming down to the grassroots, because he's now talking about gender. You know, our project is actually looking at the nexus between the clean energy, entrepreneurship, and youth and women. So now we are moving now down, and so we are complicating the whole conversation here, because we were discussing our speakers, particularly Johannes is speaking from the macro level, but our project is actually looking at now the national and the local level. So the question that I'm going to be looking at, what are some of the challenges that the clean energy entrepreneurship and adoption is facing, especially when it comes to youth and women, who are the majority. Youth and women are the majority in Africa. And then when we talk about the clean energy entrepreneurship, we are speaking about the micro, the small and medium enterprises. And our project is actually telling us we are not even talking about small and medium. We are talking about micro enterprises. That is the challenge we are experiencing here. So when you talk about just transition, and when you talk about the clean energy entrepreneurship space, then remember when you come to Africa, sub-Saharan Africa in particular, because our project is looking at Uganda, Kenya, Malawi, and South Africa, then there's some what we can call gender-related dynamics that we have to talk about. So just like as an introduction, transitioning then from what we are calling fossil or unclean fuels to clean energy resources, it creates opportunities for youth and women. And the opportunities we are talking about here within the informal sector are, jobs that are direct jobs and also indirect jobs. And I think we have seen the statistics which is telling us clean energy transition can actually create 3 times more jobs than the fossil fuel industry, with the estimate suggesting that by 2030, 5 million jobs in the fuel production may be lost, but 14 million new jobs will be created in green energy. That is the context that we are talking about here. So there are opportunities for youth and women in the clean energy ecosystem space. But then the problem here is that women and youth are, disproportionately experiencing barriers to participation in the different value chains. We are talking about solar energy value chain. We are talking about clean cooking value chain, maybe with a small system value chain, but either no value chain. Where are women and youth in this different value chain? And therefore, if we don't consider them, then we are losing into what we consider to be social inequity, as well as missed economic opportunity on a massive scale. So our project basically is looking at generating now localized, contextualized evidence in scaling inclusive clean energy enterprises in those 4 countries. And if you allow me, Gladys, I can talk about the systemic barriers that the young and women entrepreneurs in this microspace are experiencing, and this is based on evidence that we are generating from the 4 countries, what we are calling evidence, contextualized evidence. The first systemic barrier has to do with limited access to finance, and I think this is what Johannes has spoken about. But remember here, what is documented is on traditional financing models. He has talked about, what we could consider to be, issues of collateral, starting capital for these small enterprises, exploitive business models, the pay as you go, really for women and youth. Our data is telling us they are really exploiting, especially the young women, the women and the young people. Then the issues of education and skill gaps. This indeed, when you look at the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that really prepares the young people and women to occupy the spaces in manufacturing, in designing of these green energy technologies and entrepreneurship, there are no skills, especially for women, underrepresented. That's another gap. Then cultural and social norm. This is a big one. It's a big one. It's gender perceptions of appropriate roles within the energy value chain, which limit opportunities. And here it is a big problem because men and women, they have perceptions that there are those, positions or jobs that are for women. The manufacturing and design jobs are for women. And the small tasks like sales, marketing are for women. We need to change that perspective. And I'm telling the women and youth when I speak to them, the jobs that men can do, women can do. So these are cultural and social norms that are really, affecting the clean energy entrepreneurship space when it comes to youth and women. And where do they fit in the different value chains as employees or as owners of businesses? And then, of course, infrastructural challenges that we have to deal with. And this has to do with the issues that Johannes has spoken about, technological, related, infrastructural challenges that we need to think about. And of course, we need to think about increasing the participation of youth and women in the clean energy value chains. Issues of capacity buildings and skill development is very critical. Policy and institutional support, that's what Johannes has spoken about. And of course, we want to see, to discuss gender, embedding gender conversation in all those related aspects, financing solutions that are, targeting the specific needs of these young and women. That's these young people and women in the clean energy enterprise. Let me stop there. I know I can say much more, but this is a conversation that we need to have, especially the stakeholders, the ecosystem stakeholders, because we have to be collaborative and adopt a system approach in that conversation. Thank you.
Let's appreciate her. And I was seeing all the panelists actually nodding and agreeing with what she was saying, because we've been talking about the issue of putting on the gender lens. And I'd like to know from Sim, we've talked a lot about Africa when Aisha, Johannes, and Anna speaking about these barriers. Does it resonate with Cambodia, and how are we looking out for the women and youth?
From my perspective, and I see what happened in Cambodia, in terms of new technology or green technology and use, I think it's more opportunity than constraints. So in Cambodia, when this new green solution it's new for everybody, right? It's not only just women and men as well. And in Cambodia, women is more like eager to learn, and we see a lot of women entrepreneurship that adapting into this new green technology in agriculture, like using solar in their greenhouse, vegetable farming. So it's more like when you introduce something new, and everybody have a core right to learn, and then women can catch up faster in Cambodia. And we saw that a lot of example. But one issue in financing, we still see that not some, but women still face financing when they are entrepreneurship. And what I think we can do, or government trying to do, is to include the policy of the green financing in their policy. For example, the Rural Development Bank, they try to develop the products for green financing in agriculture and for women, especially for women. Like this, some kind of this more specific for women, and the green have been putting in the policy of in the product, so that we can improve more these women's opportunities. Yeah, thank you.
All right, and I'm just curious to know, Aisha, Johannes has talked about when we say financing, we need to be clear on the what. All right, so in the case of Uganda, and from the experience, from the research you've done, where do the needs lie? Do you need financing in technology? Is it policy direction? Do you need a market perspective, ecological impact, social impact? Because at the end of the day, we need to own what our needs are and actually channel the funding to the same.
Yeah, thank you. About financing, and when you think about smallholder farmers, it's basically affordability. They cannot afford, and so they need some support in terms of to be able to acquire the technologies. And currently what is available is basically through the market system, the mainstream banks, the commercial banks, microfinance institutions. So for instance, we have some farms, Sun Culture Uganda offers pay-go scheme. So farmers can acquire the technology and a pay-go scheme. And they are working with the bank. And the interest rates are prohibitive as well, they are so high. And also the government program, they work with commercial bank. And still, there also the rates are high. The commercial banks like to deal with bigger farmers, like large-scale farmers, not necessarily the smallholders. So the smallholders are not attractive to them. The good thing within the government program that we are working with, they realized that and they introduced the scheme of farmers directly going to the energy service farms to acquire the technology, and they benefit from the 60%. So that is good. It's not a bank. Smallholder farmers will not fear to go to a farm because that's the only way they can acquire the technology. But like I said, the prohibitive costs are still there. So the financing and for small scale farmers, we need, currently is through the mainstream banking, microfinance and commercial banks, and yet they need special support because they are a special group.
Johannes, let's speak to the value of policy, because clearly there is a need, there's a gap, and people want to get somewhere, but they do not know how to get there, and if they do, how to sustain the same. Talk about the role of policy in ensuring that we can actually actualize just green energy transition for each of these countries and meet their needs.
You see, Gladys, policy is a very important thing for any development, any intervention, and I do not think that in the context of Africa that really policy is a major issue. When it comes to policy transition, we are excellent. I mean, something is agreed on at the COP, the Paris Agreement. We need countries to prepare national determined contribution documents. 90% of the countries have them. And, even other policies. So the value of policy is important in as far as enabling or providing the legal framework for action.
Yes.
So that is critical. But I think I would like to think a bit more beyond just the legal framework, that a policy should actually be able to steer the direction of implementation in terms of being able to reflect on some of those pathways I was talking about, so that we don't put up a policy and then when it comes to the technologies, it is completely out of the control of the policy. So it's basically the imports. A policy should be able to really reflect on that and ensure that there is homegrownness in these technologies. There is contextuality in the technologies, and the issues that my colleague from Makerere has raised around, some of the technologies, lack of skills to be able to manage them. A policy must ensure that some of these things, there is enough skills to be able to manage those particular technologies. So, and even in terms of financing, as we talk about the finance aspect, it is important really to have, a policy direction that is able to capture some of the financing opportunities that can support, in this case we're talking about just transition, that can support justice. So we are talking about local financing frameworks for technologies, for farmers, or for other activities. To what extent is our policies speaking to that? So that becomes a major gap. A policy is supposed to protect the vulnerable when we talk about justice. To what extent is our policies really reflecting on even the gender issues? Reviewing some of the policies in the work that we've done under the project I'm talking about, the operationalizing just transition in Africa, the issues of gender are actually cherry-picked, but there's no clear implementation or actualization plan to ensure that the gender issues are actually taken into account, so that all social groups that are being affected by the transition are actually considered in the process. So for me, it's not just about the role of policy, it's about the effectiveness of those policies to implement and create inclusive outcomes for the vulnerable and the people who need the justice. Thank you.
Very well said, very well said. Let's appreciate him. And I think at this point we can take...
Excuse me, do you want me to add something on policy?
Yes, before you add, let me just remind the plenary that you have an opportunity to actually give your comments and pose your questions to the panelists. So get close to the microphone and we shall be getting to it in a moment. I see you, Mohammed. We'll get to you in a moment.
Just one point. In addition to what Johannes has said, I think what we need is what we are now calling policy innovation. Policy innovation. And the reason why we need policy innovation is because the climate innovation space brings so many policies, what we call policy mixes together, technology policies or STI policies, social policies, energy policies, gender policies. I think what we need is the policy innovation. How we innovate around understanding those policies, bringing all the actors within those different policy spaces and letting them have a conversation at the same level. I think this is what we need. Policy innovation and bring all the different the policies together on one table and have a conversation on how the just transition and climate-related innovation issues and the policies that speak to all of them, because there are many, how can they be implemented? And then we give each actor who belongs to that ecosystem the role that they need to play in the implementation. I think that's what I wanted to add.
Very well said. So, Mohammed, what's your question and to whom?
Thank you. Wonderful panel, a wonderful discussion. My question is, what are the 3 key challenges that youth faces while operating in the micro, small, and medium enterprises to start a setup in the renewable energy projects? Thank you.
Aisha, do you want to take that? And please, as you think on it, any other question? All right. Let me apply gender balance. Let's start from there. Yes, let's have the lady.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all panelists for the great intervention. For me, it is a comment. I just want to emphasize what Anna raised about barriers. In my country, Burkina Faso, I'm leading a research project in Burkina Faso, and we have these kind of problems, barriers. Barriers are not only financial for clean energy. There are social, cultural barriers. For example, we are working with cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives in Burkina Faso, because we think that only cooperatives have the ways to purchase solar water pumps. We do not have the opportunity as Uganda, where the government is supporting 60% financing, supporting farmers. We do not have it in Burkina Faso. Then farmers in Burkina Faso are obliged to rely on their own incomes, their own fund to purchase solar water pumps. What we did is to take advantage of the fact that SMEs are in partnership with some microfinance institution, and to take advantage of this collaboration and asking the microfinance institution to come to talk to farmers how they can have some facilities in terms of financing clean energy product. What I'm saying regarding barriers, we have 3 types of cooperatives in Burkina Faso. You have, for example, female membership cooperatives, you have male membership cooperatives, and you have also mixed membership. But in the group of female membership, you could find a couple of cooperatives. All members are female, are women. Only the president is a man. This is to give a snapshot about what is a social or a cultural barrier in Burkina Faso. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate her. All right, now I need a male. Okay, I just have a few questions. Okay.
Because in the literature, we have observed that when jobs are being professionalized, men take it from women. Do you observe that in your area of intervention, and then do you think in your respective country there are policies in place to kind of handle the gender mainstreaming aspect along value chains? Thank you.
Anne, please make note of that. You'll answer that, okay?
Yes, so thank you very much. I think my question directly goes to Aisha, and if any of the panelists can actually support. So during your submission, you made mention that farmers do not like experimentation, and also the fact that they need support in terms of access, in terms of purchasing the technologies. It's something that really resonated with us, with where we come from. We actually a project also on energy transition and all that. The experience is that right after the experimentation and giving them the access, once the programs rolls up, then what becomes of them? The sustainability has always been a challenge. So really, what is the key take here? That we support farmers to access these things, and then after the intervention, they are not committed to it. A typical example for the project that we were trying to use liquid waste like effluent for irrigation, treated wastewater for irrigation, and also producing biochar from the fecal waste material. Even for the farmers to pay for transportation to channel the water to them was a problem. But when the project was supporting and was giving them that support, they were embracing it. So for me, I think there's something that probably in the layers that we are not really seeing that we really need to go beneath. What can we do to commit these farmers? Because we can't always give them handouts, right? We can't always spoon feed them. What can we really do for them to think and own these things as theirs, and not as if we are trying to push them into an agenda that is not really for them? Thank you.
Very well asked. Teach a man to fish, and they will learn to feed themselves. I'll start with Cambodia, actually. What are you doing to actually implement sustainability measures? Because it's one thing to expose them to the new technologies. What are we doing to ensure they take it up and run with it?
Into the sustainability. So normally in Cambodia, farmer, they don't like to do something that's not profit, right? So something that generate profit, yes, they're likely to do it. So profit is the main factor that can sustain. So it's not a one-time profit, right? So it's a continuous profit. So if something like you want to introduce something like new green technology, whether it produce more yield or more income for them, that's why we're talking about including a carbon credit that's just a new income for them. So if there's no income, they're not likely to do it, because you know why in Cambodia, farmer right now it's become old people. The young people are moving to urban to do the manufacturing, construction, business, service sector. So many farmers are not really a farmer. They just produce rice or produce vegetable for home consumption, and a lot of household income rely on wage employment from their kid or their other members. So it's more like because of the nature of the smallholder farmer, they are not like, and the profit margin is small, that it's not significantly changed their income or their livelihood. They are not likely to do it.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
Can I add
Yes.
something on that?
Yes.
Sustainability, very critical. We just completed a study on effectiveness of climate change technologies in East Africa, and the issue of sustainability is really a major challenge. And one of the things that is coming out from the experts and the interviews we did is that the recipients of these technologies need to be engaged more and more in a more sustainable way so that they understand the technologies. But again, you realize that those engagements only happen during the project periods. Projects are always 3 to 5 years or so, which perhaps might not really ground the sustainability. The other point around social alignment, because this is something that keeps on coming, that we need to bring technologies that speak to the people's socio-cultural values. And I find a problem in that, because on one hand we say socio-cultural issues are a barrier to innovation and growth. On the other hand, we would really want technologies to be really grounded around those particular social norms, some of which are good but are outdated. So where do we draw the line when we talk about participation of the people so they understand the technologies and make them more and engage with them more sustainably? Where do we leave the norms, the cultures, and begin to embrace new innovations that then can lead us into the entrepreneurship that I think Aisha is talking about, around being able to sustain actions or interventions through entrepreneurship. So those are key questions, especially in a largely projectized kind of ecosystem where such interventions are more of project-based and not program-based.
Okay, and Aisha, as you take your question, perhaps something I picked up from Sim is the fact that the youth are moving away to other sectors, away from farming. Is this something you've seen in the context of Uganda?
No. Not
Okay,
really.
all right.
There is some, but it's not too much.
Okay.
To be alarming.
All right, over to the questions.
So, we'll start with the question on the barriers to the youth. The youth lack capital, that's the key barrier, and from the mainstream banking, the interest rates are prohibitive, they are very high. The youth also lack land. Some don't have land, and it's only cheaper that you have land. Your variable cost, operating cost will be lower. Then also, specifically for the women youth entrepreneurs, they have special barriers. For instance, to get around the bureaucracy, the journey is rough. You have to bribe, you have to do many sorts of things, and some women are quick to realize, okay, now that's the no-go zone, or if they go there, they are frustrated to the extent that they have to part with something, or which also increases the cost. So the barriers are there, and I will leave that at that for other panelists to add. Then for yeah, I didn't get the name, sorry, but you asked a question about the sustainability, and I wouldn't advocate to give farmers free things, free low carbon agriculture technology. No, I wouldn't advocate for that. Also, the 60%, I feel it is really too much. They don't have to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your why?
The farmers. Yeah. If we need to do the continuous engagement with them, let them understand the 200,000, which is about $60 for inspection, is prohibitive. We can, but that is less costly to the government, so they can fund that. And then if we do that and we see we are advancing a little bit, then we will realize which other things we have to work on. So the continuous engagement is important for the farmers, because I feel some of the farmers, sometimes they lie about their income. They have money and they can afford, they can pay for some of these technologies if supported in some good incentive compatible way for government, sustainable way for government. So like the 60% subsidy is a project of, I think, 5 years. So it will die as soon as the funding is over.
Yes.
So it is not sustainable for government, but yet the farmers will still be needed. So we have to continuously engage with the farmers, teach them. They'll get, when they get the information, they understand, and later on they can galvanize and acquire some of these technologies. Otherwise, giving them for free, sometimes when you give them the technology for free, they don't take care of the technology.
Free
it
free
doesn't.
out.
Yeah, they don't.
Okay,
Yeah.
so empowerment here is key, so that there is
Yes.
ownership to the same. Okay, all right. Now over to Anne. You had a question that was posed to you.
Yes, and I can't agree more with Aisha. Empowerment. I think that's basically one of the best way to kind of enhance sustainability. But also speak, because we are asking about youth, and kind of how can we enhance the potential for them to engage and also sustain in a sustainable way. I think we need to rethink digitization and innovation, because I think that's where youth are basically more interested in, in finding new ways, innovative ways of engaging, in marketing of the green energy enterprises. I think we need to see where digitization and innovation, where it fits into the sustainability agenda for the young people. But I come to the question you're asking about how to embed the youth within the different value chains. I think that was the question. And to make sure that whatever is for women is not taken up by women, by youth. I think that's the question you're asking. It's a good question you're asking. Okay, based on our project is actually adopting what we are calling a value chain approach. Because we tend to generalize very much. When you talk about clean energy, solar, we generalize. Or when you talk about clean cooking, many of us are aware of improved cookstoves that have really been brought into Africa, and they have been here for many years. Why are we not seeing impact? And they have been here for many years. I think Gia said brought, when I was very young, I could see my mother with those improved cookstoves. Yeah. So the question is, how do we, understand the systemic factors that affect, youth and women, either enhancing or impeding their participation in those different value chains. And once we understand those systemic factors, then you are able then to come up with a strategy or approaches, or tailor-made approaches that address those different needs for youth and women. Because there are enough jobs. In fact, there's what we can call a paradox. There are more jobs and no people to take, and there are no people to take the jobs. There's that paradox. So we need to see where each of the different social group, whether it is women or youth, where they fit within the value chain and where they can derive maximum benefit. And then try to see how we can optimize the opportunities for them to effectively function within those value chain. And one way is to digitize through innovation, artificial intelligence and the like. And then the youth, they will find that space. And I don't think the women, of course we are talking of young women and young, I think that's what you mean, young women and young men. So we have young men and young women. So the youth then would find space there because of the different, way they are being attracted to participating in those value chains. And of course, in our project, we have seen that women are more in the clean cooking value chain, much more than in the solar value chain. You find more youth in the solar value chain as who are doing the installations of the panels, or they are doing the servicing of the solar enterprises, there are more young people who want to be there. So I think we have enough jobs for both youth and women. It's just making sure that we position them and we empower them and we capacity build them, skill build them for them to actually, fit and participate and generate income or from those value chain where they are.
Thank you, Anne. Any other question? All right, do you have a microphone? And even as you get your microphone, perhaps there's a question here or just a reminder that the overarching goal of this conference is to inform economic policy decisions on green energy transition, ensuring a balanced approach that considers the needs of both the global north and south. So yes, we are talking about homegrown solutions. I guess the question here would be, homegrown solutions call for capacity building. Capacity building means that there's certain financial muscle that we need, and also just the importance of just knowing the how to go about these things we talk about. So the role of the global north in supporting the global south is where that comes in. So and I'm going to pose this to Johannes, keep that in mind so that we see how we can symbiotically be able to get something out of this partnership, because the two need to coexist, but we also need to stand on our own at the end of the day. So the question from you?
It's not really a question, it's a small comment, but I think an important one when we're talking about inclusivity. So you've talked a lot about youth and women. I think there are other groups that are, like indigenous minorities, and somebody talked about refugees earlier, and then widows in a lot of countries in Africa are very discriminated against. And so I think, inclusivity has to be a bit broader. Yeah.
A question? Yes? Do you have any on this side? Am I locking anyone out? Okay, you go next.
It's not a question, it's just a little bit of comment. The lady from Uganda, sorry I didn't catch your name, discussing about coffee and sustainability, how farmers can adopt green technology in sustainable way. I happen to work with coffee farmers and also exporters. And it seems farmers quickly adopt technology when market requires them. So we work at the time with farmers and exporters and buyers from from other country. So when buyer require them certain standards, they quickly adopt it. Of course, buyer provides some capital. So so if market requires, and in this discussion, I think we should also look at market as incentive or incentive to behavioral change of farmers, not only policy. So I think we haven't talked about that.
And I think it lends to sustainability. And who would like to take that question? I guess Aisha can take that. Any other question? There was one here.
Okay, thank you. My name is Abdallah Mahama. I'm from CSIR in Ghana. My question is to Sim. You said earlier that farmers don't like to do things that don't generate profits. And I think it's very true. But then let me paint you a picture in this whole carbon market for SME farmers. Typically the farmers don't engage in the market themselves. In the situation of Ghana, in some scenarios, a private sector person will go to the farmer and tell them, oh, hey, you have this big land which you're not using. If we plant this amount of trees, or if you incorporate trees into your cocoa farm, you could get this amount of money in this number of years. Maybe after 5 years, you'll be getting $2,000 a year or a month, any amount of money. So the farmers hear this, and they are very happy because, like you said, farmers like to make money. They were not doing anything. But then there is also this trap that they may fall into because they do not have so much information about this whole market system. And also, I apart from the information they don't, because of the information they don't have, they may sign long-term contracts, maybe 10 years. And after 10 years, they go back to the investor, ask them, oh, what happened to the money? Oh, we did not get approved. But then maybe they are getting the money. What happened to the money? Oh, this is what you are getting. So then there is this exploitation that may happen. Is this a scenario in Cambodia? And what would you advise on it? Thank you.
Sim, I think you can start us off.
I think it's true, but we didn't have that real problem happen in Cambodia just yet. But not in the compound credit market, but in different agriculture productivity, we have some bad company that come and exploit farmer. But in terms of the compound credit, it's still not have this kind of problem because currently, normally, like I mentioned, farmer they don't know about market, right? So big company in Cambodia, local company, they are more like the one that they manage the funding, and so they are belong to their farmer association, so they are more likely know more information about the market. That is one way that we're doing right now, and another way is that some of the compound project is belong to the development partners, so it's more like not a private company that only looking at the profit and the cheating thinking. So I will be very careful about your comment, and we'll put some of the information for future maybe policy or some action letters. Yeah, it's very good.
Thank you, Sim. Over to Aisha.
Thank you for the question. I would say coffee farmers are a special category. They are empowered. They are rich in a way, even in Uganda. So they don't need that extra support, in my view. But it's not possible that everyone would grow coffee. And we also don't need everyone to grow coffee, because then the country will be food insecure. Because you think about food security, then we need crops like maize, beans, and matoke itself. And so they are a special category. They have cooperatives. They are organized. But yeah, so I agree with you actually, that when there's a market, and even last year there was a coffee boom in terms of prices in Uganda, so those ones are okay. But the other farmers, small farmers, are still struggling.
Okay. All right. Johannes.
About connecting international support to domestic systems, it's a two-way traffic. The international financing is moving more towards debts and market systems, where the large international multilateral companies are actually driving a lot of the agendas at the domestic level, in terms of technologies and all that. At the domestic level, there is an opportunity to connect to that trajectory, but there is not enough preparedness to really align to that changing international financing environment. And because of that, a lot of the domestic approaches are more focused on debts. So whenever we want to support or finance something, governments often run to debts, because the market system at the international level is a bit, the standards are not yet properly sophisticated at the domestic, at the national level. And therefore, I think even as we think about tapping into that international resource opportunity, national governments must prepare for that by, institutionalizing some of the innovative financing systems that are coming up at the international level, so that they can really tap into that. We need capacity building for our institutions to be able to even prepare business oriented ideas
that can tap into the market systems, we need institutional integration. There's a lot of sectoral disintegration at the national level, where sectors compete, and in so doing impede their capacity to unlock bigger funding from the international opportunities. Above all, we need to stop corruption. Thank you.
And just mic drop, just like that. Thank you, thank you. Anna, I'd like you to address the issue of markets and the role they play in sustainability measures, because even as we're talking about giving the opportunities to women and the youth and all that, what does this look like when it comes to the markets and what they can produce and what they can sustain?
Oh, thank you for the question. The market question is quite a tricky one, especially when we are discussing the clean energy innovation space, because of the geopolitics aspects that we cannot, run away from. The China influence, UK, Europe, America influence into this global dynamics, that the geopolitics of clean energy space, and when it comes to industrial policies, manufacturing policies, I think that's something which we cannot run away from, because much of the energy space, especially for sub-Saharan Africa, we are looking into the north. We are importing a lot, especially in the solar value chain space. We are importing a lot of the different, aspects of solar, even the batteries and all those. So we are actually importing a lot, especially from China. So there is no way we can run away from geopolitics conversation in this particular space. So the issue of market dynamics is a very complex one. So what I would say from an innovation scholar perspective is, I think this conversation needs to look into what we call, the domestic policies and the international policies, and how the international policies play out in the domestic space. And then that means that we need to make sure that at the national level, the policymakers, they have a provision within the domestic policies, especially the industrial policies and the energy policies, what we call raw content requirement provision. Raw content requirement provision, it protects the domestic, actors, the small actors. We can call them small actors. They are small compared to the global actors. So the raw content requirement, and if I look at Kenya, there is a provision for raw content requirement in our energy policy. And that then provides for anybody who wants to trade with our local actors. They need to make sure that they give preference to the local actors when it comes to tendering, for instance. So the local content requirement is one way to enhance, inclusive market dynamics, but also enhance sustainability. When the external actors come here, they need to build what we call local capabilities. And when they build local capabilities, which is provided for under the local content requirement, then when they exit, then the local capabilities has been built already, and it remains with the local actors. So building local capabilities under the local content provision requirements for domestic policies, I think that is the way to go, and it's very, very critical for long-term sustainability. But I also want to just speak 1 second to her comment on the different social groups that get disadvantaged when you're talking about just transition, the indigenous groups, and we are also talking about persons with disabilities, and there are those gender groups which are disaggregated within the different women, youth groups. So you will actually find within those bigger groups, there are other disaggregated groups that we need to think about in terms of their needs, and they need also to be addressed. When you're providing financing mechanisms that take care of the persons with the disability, in the clean energy space. So those are some of the things that we need to always consider when we are talking or we are thinking and having a conversation on gender issues. Thank you.
Very well said. Allow me to bring this conversation to a close. Anne, Johannes, Aisha, and Sim, thank you so much for your time. Let's appreciate our panel this afternoon. Conversation towards a just green transition, integrating national realities and inclusivity. I think that was such an informative session, I think, and also the engagement was very, very encouraging. So again, let's appreciate them. And just listening to the conversation, some key takeaways, I think, is it's clear a just green transition in the global south involves ensuring that the shift towards sustainable practices is fair, inclusive, leaving no one behind. Now, this means addressing potential negative impacts on vulnerable groups, creating decent work opportunities, and promoting social protection and skills development. Now, it also involves addressing historical inequities, fostering a transformative shift in political and economic systems. By focusing on these key aspects, a just green transition can ensure that the shift towards a sustainable future is both environmentally sound and socially equitable in the global south. So, ladies and gentlemen, bottom line, a just transition must address access, gender, equity, local context, and policy effectiveness, and not just funding. Thank you very much. At this point, we take a short health break. We'll be back in 15 minutes where we'll be taking in all the key takeaways from the different conversations today and hearing the closing remarks from our hosts this afternoon, even as we call it a day. Thank you. Are you there? How is my social circle? How you doing? I see you. Still going strong, right? All right. I love the energy. So we are back for this very short session, even as we call this conference a day. But before we get to it, would like to hear your key takeaways from all the discussions we've had today. Very, very, very critical conversations we've had right from the keynote presentation earlier on at the beginning, actually, of the day by Dr. Simone Borghesi. And we went on to the first panel discussion that focused on challenges in financing and implementing green energy infrastructure unique to the global south, and moved on to the second panel this afternoon towards a just green transition, integrating national realities and inclusivity. So I have some of my notes that I was taking, you know, when we were going on with this conversation. And of course, the rapporteur helped me inputting together some of the statements that were put across that were vital in lending to the conversation today. But I'd like to hear what your key takeaways are. I mean, a lot of us have come here from different parts of the country representing different institutions, but all lending to this conversation of the day, which is, again, financing and inclusivity in green energy transition in the global south. And I'd like to know, especially, let's start off from the keynote speaker. What was your key takeaway? Let me start from a social desk. Anything that you took away that you would definitely perhaps think on and implement and look for partners to do? It looks like you're kind of like the leader, you know, de facto leader. All right, please stand.
Thank you again. I'm super happy to be here, leading this conversation. And well, I'm so grateful for the presentations. I'm like in the middle of digesting everything, right? Because it was a lot of presentations that were very informative, and I think that all of the presentations were super great, and because those represent, you know, the findings and knowledge and experience. But the key takeaway that I would mention would be when it comes to the carbon print offset and all of that. So, because especially when it comes to the indigenous peoples, protecting the land in the global south, and who are mostly affected by the climate change, and how at some point they could be rewarded and all of that, you know, kind of like exploring those options and trying to understand how this would work, or how this scenario would be ideal for like the marginalized communities. I think that would represent something, like it represents a potential opportunity to also get rewarded at some point too, because we were talking about also like recognizing the efforts of the community. And of course, we've always highlighted within my organization, which is Change for Children Canada, that Indigenous peoples are at the forefront of the climate change efforts and conservation. So I think that specific presentation about carbon print and all of that was very interesting for me, and I learned a lot. And I think that this is also going to be something that I'm going to be sharing with my team back in Nicaragua and in Canada. So I appreciate that so much, and all the presentations were great. So I'm not saying that those were not, but like the key takeaway, that would be it, because the other presentations were also about technology, how women are included and all of that. So I consider that this was a very like rich opportunity and rich session for all of us. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Let's appreciate him. He even has cheerleaders on the table. And he's referencing to the keynote speaker's presentation. That was Dr. Simone Borghesi earlier on. And some of the pointers that I took up from that presentation is that linking carbon markets takes time and trust. There's a need to reform CBAM policies for fair redistribution, ensure local actors and indigenous groups are involved in carbon project governance, and I think he's touched on that. The push for climate neutrality by 2050 demands deep cuts and negative ambitions, especially in tough sectors like steel and cement. He also talked about nature-based solutions like forests and wetlands offer big potential, up to 30% of mitigation, but face limits around permanence and scale. He also touched on the fact that voluntary carbon markets are booming, but integrity, fairness, and risks like carbon grabbing remain concerns. And then carbon pricing is growing globally with the EU ETS leading the way, though it raises issues of fairness, especially for low-income households. The CBAM is the EU's tool to prevent carbon leakage by taxing imports based on their emissions. This is something he really underscored, and it's now in a transition phase aiming to level the playing field. And also he mentioned a just transition must include local communities, especially in the global south. This has been reiterated over and over again here. Trust, transparency, and fair benefit sharing are key as we move toward COP30. Have I left out anything? Anything you feel you need to add that you took away from that presentation by our keynote speaker? All right then. So we went on to the first panel discussion about challenges in financing and implementing green energy infrastructure unique to the global south. I'd love to hear from one other table. Key takeaways. I see people are on there. Yes, I'm looking at you. From Senegal. Yes. What are your key takeaways from today, especially from the first panel?
Well, the first thing that actually stick with my mind right now with the first presentation from my fellow from Pakistan, which described the informal economy that is resemble every other economy in Africa. And I still believe that changing the narrative is a must, because calling them informal still leave them behind, while most of them, if you walk around with them, they can pay you. They carry cash. They have jobs. They have employees. They can actually sustain families larger than 10 people. And they are having significant contribution to our GDPs, which we don't take into consideration. And then approaching them differently as economic agents is, for me, key to advance our economy and position them in the credit market that are very tight right now around the world. I know that for the sake of comparabilities, countries are comfortable just focusing on the formal businesses. But in fact, we left out major portion of our growth engine in Africa. That discussion stick with my mind. The other thing is now the energy transition, which moving to net zero by 2050, to me will solely depend on countries' own transition models, which actually in Africa we are not doing very well, because most of the countries are developing this model to have a clear path toward really clean energies, renewable energies. But we, in a momentum where most countries in Africa are actually discovering new oils, wells, and then gas, and then we are actually discussing, not even discussing using those actually to fuel our economy. In Nigeria, I heard the presenter say that we are not even using those to actually power our economy, or maybe just even fuel our electricities. But I think countries are actually developing mixed plan to use those. In Senegal, Mauritania, that hub is actually seen having huge reserve of gas and oil. And I think moving forward, the path toward net zero need to be think carefully, not letting actually international agenda suffocating countries' dynamic in terms of really energy transition. Those are the two key takeaways that I have, and then we'll carry it over home.
All right.
The reflection. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. And just to touch on some of the pointers I also was able to capture, Mohammed from Pakistan said Pakistan aimed to reduce its energy mix by 50% by 2020 to cut CO2 emissions. He emphasized community-led solar transitions, teaching locals to install and maintain solar panels. He also called for inclusive engagement. Government, business, SMEs, and informal workers must all be involved. Now, we also had the gentleman from Nigeria, Adiola, and he said Nigeria faces a mismatch between energy access and affordability. He actually went on to give us a scenario that in his village, they've had no grid electricity for 10 years. Private solar is available, but really, really expensive, and I think this is something most countries resonate with. He highlighted the need to use oil and gas revenues to fund green transitions, stressed the importance of population growth control and investing in informal sector development. We also had Elizabeth from Kenya, Kengen to be precise, and she said Kengen is 70% government-owned and largely green-powered. Therefore, access to favorable financing is, they have an up when it comes to accessing financing, but also said and emphasized that low interest loans, long grace periods have helped fund multiple projects that they have been successful at. She also mentioned that land access is a major challenge, especially ancestral land causing community resistance. And I think this is something that most African countries resonate with, and talked about using CSR efforts like building schools and community leasing models to coexist with locals in wind projects. We also had Beam, who also underscored the importance and the role of blended financing mechanism in clean energy transition in Africa. And he went on ahead to urge for inclusive policy design that ensures green growth doesn't leave anyone or communities behind. Anything else we feel like we left out on this that you took away from that panel discussion? Remember, you are welcome to just put up your hand and we can discuss on the same. We had a second panel discussion that just ended a few minutes ago, and this one was towards a just green transition, integrating national realities and inclusivity. Somebody from this end to give us their take home from that panel. And if there are no hands up, I will just volunteer you. All right. Fantastic. Go ahead.
Thank you. So mine was just a very short one I picked. And then it was the fact that green transition is not equal to just transition. So in as much as we are pushing towards a green transition, we should not forget about the justices that we need to address within the process of transitioning into green economy. Issues like gender, issues like location, issues like, the informal sector, the smallholder farmers. And gender here was very critical in the sense that it wasn't just about women and girls, it was also about people with disabilities as well, considering them all in the bid to really move towards a just transition, and not green transition does not equate just transition.
And you're also very passionate about sustainability efforts.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And the issue of sustainability, I think I really picked up also from Aisha, because her delivery actually ignited a question that I asked. And also the fact that she does not support government giving the Ugandan farmers 60%, which is, so I think by and large, we are all kind of moving towards the same area where we are saying that we should not overfeed them, probably teaching them how to fish and not just giving them the fish every time, so that it makes them independent. And the fact that we also need to really engage them early in our project conceptualization instead of engaging them after everything. So I think this is something that we've also learned over the 2 days that we've been here in terms of engagement, policy engagement, and other things. So when you want your research or your science, whatever, to be taken, you need to really pre-engage. So if you want the farmers to own it, to make it like this, to make it sustainable, they need to buy into the whole conceptualization. And they are gearing towards things that give them profits, that give them market value. So if you want them to sustain the momentum, it means that thing must also kind of meet the market value that they are also looking up for. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Let's appreciate her. I think from that panel with Sim, Aisha, Johannes, and Anne, Cambodia came off, and we understood this as a largely rural country and is facing climate-driven disruption to rice farming, and this is its key export. The government is developing a carbon market and using climate funds and cooperatives to support farmers. From Aisha, Uganda's Aisha, noted. The farmers lack information and trust in low carbon technologies, and citing high maintenance costs and poor access. Also, local sales points and peer learning could help a long way. This is something she underscored, and I think this was taken up by the other panelists. Johannes outlined 5 transition pathways, even as we ask the question, why? Policy, tech, market, ecological, and social, urging Africa to be strategic, even as they invest in each of this and how it speaks to their needs. Unemphasize the link between clean energy and women's empowerment, and of course the youth too, but highlighted systemic barriers like limited finance and exclusion from STEM. Now, Sim added that Cambodian women still face financial hurdles despite equal training. Now, a question from Burkina Faso stressed the social and cultural barriers, like male-dominated leadership in co-ops also hinder transition. Yes, we captured that too. But I think overall, as I had mentioned earlier, the key takeaway was that just transition must address access, gender equity, local context, and policy effectiveness, not just funding. Anything that you took away?
Awesome. Johannes, just one word there. Final word of Johannes.
Yes.
We need to get away from corruption.
Yes.
In the process.
Good one. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you from the gentleman from Benin. Please, let's appreciate him. Very critical. Very critical. So, any other key takeaways before we call it a day? All right then. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor, really been an honor to be your moderator for the day, even as we embarked on this very crucial conversation on financing and inclusivity in green energy transitioning in the global south. I walk away with so much to think about, and I've learned so much in this setup. I mean, we're talking about the fact that some of us, this is not our day to day, so we are learning as we go, but it was so awesome to hear all the submissions from all the speakers and even those in the plenary just speaking to the different conversations today. So at this point, allow me to say a big thank you for being such an amazing, amazing plenary. And my social group, I see you. Thank you for bringing the spice into the room. And to many more of this, even as PEP continues to host us in coming years. So again, let's appreciate PEP. And appreciate yourselves for being such sports. Please appreciate yourselves. My name is Gladys Gashanja. It has been a pleasure. And at this point, I will invite to the podium Dominique Van der Waal, who is the member PEP Board of Directors, to give the closing remarks. Asanteni.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this year's PEP Policy Conference to a close, it is my pleasure on behalf of all of PEP to extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all who made this convening a success. Today we have engaged in meaningful dialogue on the theme Financing and Inclusivity in Green Energy Transitioning in the Global South. From the opening keynote to the final panel, we've examined both the opportunities and complexities of advancing a just and inclusive green transition. Let me begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Simone Borghesi, for his incredibly informative and powerful, timely presentation. Dr. Borghesi examined the role of carbon markets and highlighted the importance of designing fair carbon pricing mechanisms and underscored the need to bridge the north-south divide through inclusive carbon markets and equitable redistribution of revenues. To our first panelists, Bim Adhikari, Muhammad Zesan, Adiola Edeni Kinju, and Elizabeth Njenga, thank you for unpacking the challenges, the many barriers, and including informational, as well as the innovations in financing green energy infrastructure in the Global South. From blended finance structures to institutional reforms, gender and distributional concerns, your insights were practical, evidence-based, and deeply grounded in country realities. To our afternoon speakers, Sim Sokchenk, Aisha Naiti, Johannes Atela, and Anne Kinjeri, thank you for broadening the lens and emphasizing the centrality of inclusivity in clean energy transitions, particularly through the integration of local contexts, rural voices, and gender considerations. To our moderator, Gladys, she's still here? Right there. Thank you for skillfully guiding the discussions and ensuring that every voice was heard. Yes, as Gladys would say, let's appreciate her. We also extend our warmest thanks to all the funders whose continued partnership makes this work possible at the International Development Research Center, the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, Global Education Analytics Institute, Global Affairs Canada, and the Fund for Innovation in Development. Your investment in locally grounded, policy-relevant research is what empowers platforms like PEP to thrive. To all participants, both online and here on site, thank you for your engagement, energy, and ideas. Your presence has enriched the dialogue, and we look forward to continued collaboration. Let us leave here today committed not only to advancing green energy solutions, but to doing so in ways that are just, inclusive, and rooted in the lived realities of communities across the global South. Thank you all, and I wish you safe travels and a continued impact in your work. Thank you.